Good evening. I want to do this part over again. Meet Upton at the Ruin Coffee House. This case makes the last one look simple. Meet me at Ruin ASAP. It's urgent. And we just took our sleeping meds. So
There's no time to waste, Miles. You need to go meet Upton.
we just took our sleeping meds and my ghost is not
It might do
objecting.
you some good to look in the mirror a bit more often, Miles. Adelaide's father certainly had an amazing life. Imagine being the personal barber to the Prime Minister and his family. The gossip and secrets he must have heard.
Back we go over here. So yeah, let's review this all over again.
Best avoid that one. He looks like he might tip over at any moment. Reminds me of when I was alive. Ah, good times.
We got our certain someone still here. The same people.
Hello, Upton.
I'm glad you came, Fordham. Sorry for disturbing you this late.
I guess I'll repeat the choices I did last time.
Shouldn't a respectable young lady like you be in bed by now?
Only if you want to add boring to your list of adjectives.
So, what do you got for me?
An infant kidnapping in Lyon. The report came in tonight just before my shift ended. The family wants to keep the investigation very low-key. They're afraid if word gets out, they'll have all sorts of ne'er-do-wells making false ransom claims. That's why I suggested they let you investigate first. Head over to 45 Belcourt Street. That's the home of Malcolm and Miriam Harris, the parents of the kidnapped boy.
Kidnap boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy, I get to talk to rich people.
Not just rich, obscenely wealthy. The kind of people who never use the same handkerchief twice. Malcolm's father owns the company that's building the new transatlantic airship.
I suppose that would make the family an easy target for this sort of thing.
I think I picked this one.
Okay, I'm on it. I'll try and find him as soon as I possibly can.
Right. Good luck on your investigation. Come see me again once you figured things out, or if you just need to talk. I'll be here all day tomorrow as well, so feel free to stop by.
Can we talk?
Not right now, Fordham. Time is of the essence. Come back and see me when you've made some progress on this thing. Your head start on the police will only last so long.
Anything new in here? Doesn't appear so.
The specialty house brews. These are definitely not coffee. Seems like they have a little something for everyone in here. Give me an old-fashioned tea kettle any day.
So the Harris residence. Can't even go back home.
Mr. Miles Fordham is here to see you, sir.
Very good, Mr. Havelock. Send him up.
Yes, sir.
What's this? I thought. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what kind of butler dress? Okay, never mind.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Fordham. I'm Malcolm Harris.
I'm terribly sorry to hear about what's happened, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. You were very highly recommended by Miss Upton. She said you'd be able to solve this faster and more discreetly than the police. I admit it's a rather
Discreetly?
unorthodox approach, but we're desperate.
I understand. I'll do all I can to find the kidnapper and bring your son back unharmed.
If you'd like to examine the nursery, it's just through that door to the left. I'll ask you to please try and keep quiet as I just sent my wife to bed. Her nerves are rather shot, you see.
Yes, of course.
Nerves are shot. Mm-hmm.
I know the hand and waistcoat pose is supposed to look stately, but to me it always looks like the person is scratching themselves.
No, it doesn't, you fucking idiot. Stupid ghost in my head.
It's nice to see that tea is still served here even in times of tragedy. She looks like she's up to something. I wouldn't get too close, Miles. That vase is probably worth more than your entire building. I'm sure the only location the Harrises care about is wherever they are at any given moment.
Bedroom to the nursery. I guess we'll check out the nursery first.
The Harris
French
family
doors.
certainly has a nice view from which to look down upon the world. I wonder if they use the balcony to give speeches to the gardeners.
Well, let's go find a missing child. Oh boy, broken window. Obviously to unlock it.
Look, you can see the balcony extends all the way around the side of the manor.
That would make it rather easy for someone to access this window from the outside.
No evidence of what was used to smash the glass, though.
Good evening, dudes. Oh, I've been feeling better all week. Been feeling, I've been feeling pretty, well, mostly better starting Sunday, and the rest of the week has been pretty good. How are you doing?
Be careful not to cut yourself, Miles. I don't think the Harris family has ever seen blood that isn't blue. Interesting. This fabric looks as though it came from a garment of some kind.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it came from the, doesn't look like it came from the curtains, that's for sure.
Probably won't be another year or so before the child gets any practical use out of those blocks beyond putting them in his mouth.
Alright, let's take a look at the
There's a small
torn
emblem
pad.
sewn onto the side of this piece of fabric. It just says SS.
Somebody's initials, maybe?
Okay, we got a clue. SS on the torn
It looks rather
fabric.
flimsy. Let's not try sitting on it.
See anything else?
Oh dear.
His medicine's kicking in.
Ah,
Oh, shit.
wonderful. The soporific has started working. Well done, Fordham. Now how are you supposed to... What's the word I'm looking for?
Instigate, interrogate. I just had it on the tip of my tongue.
Perhaps it's time to call it a night.
Oh shit. Oh, we're getting drowsy. We're getting fucking drowsy. So there's infant son of the Harris Construction Company has been kidnapped. Who did it? And where did they take the child? Speak to the Harris family. Find out who or what SS is. Alright, this is going to get interesting.
I am fading.
Oh shit.
Quiet. Quiet.
We're getting drugged
I
up.
don't know what to say to that.
We're all loopy.
Shh. It's time to sleep.
That's interesting.
But sleep is more interesting.
Oh shit. What a turn this is taking.
To sleep, a chance to dream. To sleep, a chance to dream.
This is getting dark.
So peaceful, so quiet, so comfortable. Quiet.
Quiet.
So peaceful, so quiet, so...
What are we going to do? How? I'm not even sure.
To sleep. A chance to dream.
But anyways. Adeptus, how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I hope you had a good day. It's Friday tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
Shh, it's time to sleep.
What if we try talking to him?
No talking now. He'll know it's all wrong.
Should I try to make my way back home?
Shh, it's time to sleep. To sleep. A chance to dream. Quiet.
Quiet.
Oh, dudes, that's good to hear. Oh. How's everybody else doing?
To sleep. A chance to dream.
Well, Mr. Harris, I believe I've done all I can for right now.
Did you find anything?
Yes, I believe I have some leads I can pursue. But the most important thing to do in cases like this is wait to hear from the kidnappers. I'll be back tomorrow morning to continue my investigation and ask you and your wife some questions once you've had time to calm down a bit. In the meantime, I suggest you stay here and get some sleep. We'll all need it.
Holy shit. Does he know that I'm all doped up? Sit in the chair. Where's his wife?
Miles, wake up. It's nearly noon.
Oh shit.
Ah, so it is.
Overslept.
Why didn't you come to bed when you got home last night?
It was late. I didn't want to disturb you.
So what was so urgent about the case Upton sent you?
I'm trying to track a kidnapped child.
Oh my goodness. That's awful.
Yes, the pressure's on, but I think I should be able to crack it.
Assuming you actually managed to get anything done at the Harris Manor today.
Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Also, we've got company. Mrs. Delacroix is having her hair done here today, so please make yourself presentable.
You mean I'm not already?
At least do something about your hair. I do have a reputation to maintain after all.
What's wrong with my hair?
Do you really want me to answer that? We'll be here all day. Adelaide's last performance. She could really bring the house down. Pretty, but I'm glad I don't have a sense of smell anymore.
Excuse me. It's cold. I don't even know how cold it is right now. My Alexa's not showing me what the temperature is right now for whatever reason. It's just showing me memories.
Don't worry, Miles. I don't watch when you and Adelaide are having your private time.
It would be nice if you didn't spend the whole time humming.
I thought you appreciated some romantic music.
What are you talking about, dudes? It's 8 degrees. Yeah, it's still not showing me the temperature.
It's admirable just how organized Adelaide is. Maybe someday the same can be said about you. It's admirable just how organized.
And then he said,
What's going on here?
"Hello there. I don't believe we've met."
Mrs. Delacroix, this is my husband, Miles. Miles, this is Mrs. Delacroix.
Pleasure to meet you, madam.
Likewise, young man. Pleasure.
Is everything all right, Mrs. Delacroix?
Oh, yes, everything's fine. It's just that... Well, you weren't what I was expecting, is all.
Keep your head, Miles. She may be a close-minded idiot, but she's just an old lady.
Well, yeah, the dude fucking, look, I'm always being watched. I'm always being stalked. I don't even know what I don't even understand what a lot of my chat has been saying lately, because I don't follow this shit, so. What were you expecting exactly? It's like
What
this.
were you expecting exactly?
Well...
You guys...
Now
hold on.
then, Mrs. Delacroix, what was it that you were telling me about Mr. Delacroix and his dogs?
Oh, yes. So, Harold came in and said...
Impressive. She got off pretty easy. I was expecting a repeat of the Parsons incident. You should give Adelaide a kiss on the way out, though, just to make the old bat feel extra uncomfortable.
Those fucking eyes on her.
She can get as painted up and coiffed as she likes. It's not gonna fix the ugliness inside. It might do you some good to look in the mirror a bit more often, Miles. You remember how much time Adelaide had to spend at least these days?
I'm not looking at it. Yeah. Yeah, of course my chat is being screenshotted. You guys say whatever it is you say. I don't know what the fuck is going on because I don't follow the world. I don't keep up with this shit like you guys do. So, I don't know what to say. But all the shit you guys say is lost
Book
onto
collection
me.
has always astonished me. Heaven help you if you ever decide to move.
I'm here playing video games, so...
Your book collection is always astonishing.
Like I've had for years.
Heaven help you if you ever decide to move.
And I've been putting shit up on this YouTube channel for 15 years. Yeah, I took a lot, the majority of it has been taken down, but I still have a lot of old stuff. Maybe I'll put up reviews, some stuff I've uploaded, and I don't know. Put some classics up. Well, I guess that's all I could really say is, yeah, expect anybody and everybody to be watching what you say. And like I said, I haven't really been able to follow what you guys are saying. Miles Jr.
I can see why Adelaide calls that plant Miles Jr. It's a spitting image.
Oh, the
How are your
ragginess.
parents doing these days? It's been ages since you wrote them. She can get as painted up and...
Alright, talk to
Addie?
her.
Not right now, Miles. I'm busy. We can talk once I finish with Mrs. Delacroix.
Oh yeah, I got some old Counter-Strike clips I made of me running around knifing people. Borderlands, Amnesia, some Fallout New Vegas. What are some other shit I've been clipping? But there's definitely a lot of Borderlands stuff. I was playing with a guy. Well, yeah, he's my
If there isn't a pair of
he's my
scissors,
friend. I actually met him when I was heading to LA. Here, let me take a look at something. See if I can find a classic real quick. I don't want to derail from the game, but... Holy shit, do I really have 117 live streams? That's right, I streamed a lot of Leisure Suit Larry, so there's a... Gosh, I got a lot of old live streams. Jeez, I still even have some of the same format I've been using. Oh, man. How I evolved. What's the earliest live stream that I have saved? July of 2018. July of 2018. Yes, I'm looking at my YouTube channel. Videos. Through... Yeah, let's go to my first uploaded video. Where is that? What was the first video I uploaded to this fucking channel? January 28th, 2011. January 28th, 2011. Holy shit. Yeah, I've been fucking around on this channel for years. Apparently, I have, I'm seeing in my history some videos that never processed and finished uploading. Oh, gosh, I'm gonna... Some of my videos did kind of well. Well, I should probably put some of this back up. Holy shit, I got a video with 30,000 views. Another fun one with over 500. This one has 1,500. That one has over 7. Wow, holy shit. Some of this shit I just let sit for years before I took everything down. That one has over 4K. What was that big one I just came across? I'm going to have to review some of these high-viewed videos and maybe put some of this shit back up. So, almost 30,000. What was the 30,000 about? Borderlands. Oh, this was titled Technical Difficulties because my mic was echoing, and it's like, well, what I did in the game, from what I remember, is good. I don't remember why it was echoing. I know I solved the problem, but I don't remember why. What year was that? I'm not playing the snip because I don't know what I said. I don't remember what I said on it, so I'm not playing a snippet of it. I could have said anything. I mean, this is... Yeah, okay, a lot of the stuff is 2011. Jeez, I had a lot of shit uploaded in 2011. Oh, I started playing Prince of Persia Forgotten Sands and started uploading stuff, but apparently I stopped at some point. The Prince of Persia Forgotten Sands. Okay, so I did that. There's some more Counter-Strike videos. Oh, cell phone recorded videos of trying to play UFC on the Sega Dreamcast. Some New Vegas stuff, some Team Fortress 2 stuff. Oh, that's right. I was doing Portal 2 multiplayer things. I was playing with a friend. Yeah, I'm never showing those to the light of day. Again, I mean. Some attempts. Oh, audio surf. I was doing some audio surf stuff. Here's some Elder Scrolls, Skyrim stuff. More Team Fortress 2. I see some stuff on me, some stuff with me on camera. Just kind of showing off a video game collection, which I'm going to probably redo some of these. I'm not going to put any of these back up. I'll probably redo covering my collection. Just... Oh, I was heavy into UFC, but I've kind of dropped out of it. But occasionally I'll watch a fight, but not like I used to be. But yeah, I was just doing a. I could have. Yeah, well, I'm not sharing this shit on screen. Anyways, we barely touched the game, but. Let's get back into the game. Ah. Last fight I watched, shit, I don't know, I'm brain farting on this. Last fight I watched, last fight I went to live was Anderson Silva versus Paul, and what was the last UFC fight I went to live? Last UFC fight I went to was it was why am I forgetting their name? Cormier versus Cormier versus why am I blanking on his name? Give her a kiss.
Goodbye, dearest.
Kiss your wife.
I look forward to your return, my love.
All right, we're heading back over here.
Remind me, Miles, how is finding some rich people's kidnapped baby going to help us track down the flower shop burglar?
No, not John Jones.
I'm not interested in the burglar right now. I want to help these people and get their child back. Or at the very least, help them find out what happened to him.
Right. Well, you'll need your full wits about you if you plan on doing that.
No, not Anthony Johnson. Why the fuck am I forgetting his name? Daniel Cormier versus... I'm really kicking myself in the ass for this.
I do have my full wits about me. I'm perfectly capable of doing this.
Yes, and I'm perfectly capable of being alive. I just choose to be this way because it saves on the laundry expenses. You can't deny it. You need to stop taking the soporific, Miles. Adelaide has been trying to get you to stop for months, and Upton already suspects something is amiss. Not to mention your little episode last night. Trust me, no one is going to want to hire the dullard detective.
Clever. Did you come up with that one all by yourself?
What are you going to do when the cases stop coming in? How long before you get put away in Riverview?
If I do get locked away, it'll be your fault.
Which is exactly why you need to get back to your normal routine so you can find the burglar.
Derek Lewis. It was Derek Lewis. I got to see them at the T-Mobile Arena in, what was it, 2018 in Vegas. That was the last UFC fight I went to see live. But yeah, the actual last fight I watched, period, was in Glendale, Arizona. Anderson Silva versus Jake Paul. And... But yeah. Cormier versus Lewis was the last UFC fight I went to go see live. I don't stop, but it doesn't mean we'll find the burglar tomorrow.
All right, fine. I'll stop. But you know that doesn't guarantee we'll find the burglar any sooner.
Yeah, I'm aware. But it increases the odds significantly. Well, I'm glad that's settled then. I knew you'd see things my way eventually.
It's not as though you gave me much of a choice.
In time, you'll thank me. Probably not before the withdrawal hits, though.
Don't make me change my mind on this, Bill.
Mr. Fordham, you're back. Allow me to introduce my wife, Miriam.
Hello.
A pleasure, Mrs. Harris. I wish we could have met under better circumstances, but I assure you I'm doing all I can to find your son.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham.
Mr. Harris, has there been any communication from the kidnapper?
None at all.
Well, I'll have another look around, if you don't mind.
I know the hand and waistcoat pose is supposed to... The Harris family certainly... I wonder if they use the...
All right. It's just repeating themselves. Let's look at the room before we talk to them.
Miles, didn't you notice something a bit strange about the Harrises?
Quite a few things, actually. What are you referring to?
Their son was just kidnapped, yet they're each on their own side of the sitting room. Not comforting each other, not crying together. Nothing.
I
don't know why
people. Not exactly the type to show emotion.
Miles, you know I'm the most cynical person there is when it comes to their type. But this isn't normal behavior, even for snobs. This goes deeper than saving face. There's something going on between them. I think you should find out what.
Deuce Cheater says, are you close to Glendale, where the big gym is at, that Jones and Holly Holm, etc. fight out of? Yeah, reasonably close. I don't know where the gym is exactly located, but I know what you're talking about.
Look at that. The kid has a toy chest. My sister and I used to have to keep our toys buried in the backyard. Of course, that is because the only toys we had were dead rats.
I've been in that general area a lot, but I haven't been there so much lately. Because, I don't know, you go over there to party, and my party days have been meh.
Nice mobile. Custom made, too. There'll be no mistaking what family this child comes from.
Because I'm pretty sure it's close to the Cabela's, which I guess is now a Bass Pro Shop, as well as the David Buster's. Of course, you got the movie theater, you got the Coyotes Arena, as well as the Cardinals Stadium there. Westgate, the whole Westgate area. I'm pretty sure Jackson's Gym is in the Westgate area, or very, very, very close to it. It has to be the Westgate
The
area.
kidnapper left the child's blanket behind. There doesn't appear to be any trace of the silver spoon, though.
We'll have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure Jackson's Gym is in Westgate.
That's odd. Why is there a loose button in the crib? Now, I'm no expert on children, but it seems like it would be dangerous to have around an infant.
And we just had a... Gosh, and we just had a Super Bowl there. Well, not this past one, but the one before.
If only the flower shop burglar was as easy to find as this clue was.
So the button... Does the button match the... seem like it belongs to the fabric? Is there any way we can... do more with this? I'm gonna look up Jackson's Gym because I'm kind of curious where it's located. Why is the closest result I'm getting is Albuquerque? Oh, jeez. I thought, all right, what gym am I thinking of that's in the general area? And now you're saying Albuquerque. Now you're saying Albuquerque. All right, I'll take a look at the location. Okay, Jackson's Gym is actually really, really close to where I based myself out of in Albuquerque for a while. Very, very close. All right, so what gym on the Glendale area am I thinking of? Glendale, Arizona, I mean. Well, I'm not looking it up. Devin says, "Heyo, how you doing, Devin? How you been, my man?" Yeah, but Jackson's Gym is actually really, really close to where I camped out at Albuquerque while I was working out of there for quite a while. I miss it, actually. MMA Lab. Okay, that's ringing more of a bell.
Probably won't be another year or so before the child gets any practical use out of those blocks beyond putting them in his mouth. Be careful not to cut yourself, Miles. I don't think the Harris family has ever seen blood that isn't blue. Look, you can see the balcony extends all the way around the side of the manor.
That would make it rather easy for someone to access this window from the outside.
No evidence of what was used to smash the glass, though. It looks rather flimsy. That's not... Look, you can see the...
That would make it rather easy for someone to access...
No evidence of what was used to smash...
Yeah, no evidence. What was used? No blood, so it may not have been the fist. Yes, Devin, absolutely correct. I said I remember going to Albuquerque when I was younger, going around that mountain bend and seeing the city lights is beautiful. It really is beautiful. That drive is beautiful. Deuce Cheater says MMA Lab 115 West Bell Road, Phoenix. Oh, so that is just east of the I-17. Yeah, that's a ways away from the okay, that's not what I was thinking of, but that's a ways away from the stadiums in Glendale, and that is practically directly north of downtown Phoenix and the Chase Field, Cooperstown. What else do you have over there? Chase Field. Oh, the where the Phoenix Suns play. But yeah, Bell Road. Fuck Bell Road. I hate Bell Road. Whether it's central, far east, far west, I fucking hate driving on that road. That is just car accident road. I avoid Bell Road as much as I can. I'll take any back road to get to any business I need to go to. But yeah, fuck Bell Road.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
Kidnapping.
Tell me everything you can about the kidnapping.
I don't know much. I was out last night while it happened.
Where had you
You're
been
out.
previously?
I was out with friends. My wife can verify the time I arrived home.
Wait a minute. I know this attitude all too well. This man is hiding something. Most likely from his wife. I doubt it's...
Oh, is he having an affair?
Grave. So the question is, what's his secret?
Is he having an affair?
I found this bit of torn fabric by the broken window. Do you know anything about it?
Looks like it came from a piece of clothing. Possibly a jacket.
Do the initials SS mean anything to you?
Maybe? I can't really say. You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Fordham. I've got quite a lot on my mind right now. If I can think of anything, I'll be sure to let you know.
Wait, what? Yeah, I love mixed martial arts too. I just kind of fallen out of it. T-Guns here. How you doing? Cheers. MK... No. What kind of question is that? I have never... Skoden, MMA... what? What are you saying, Devin? But no, Deuce Cheater. I've certainly been accused of it, but I've never done any. What could I say? Yeah, I've been accused of it, but I never did it. Albuquerque, I'll be Merc the chin chin, haha, sorry, woke up hungover. Just joking around, Devin goes on. Let's ask about the baby.
Tell me about your son.
Charles is a good boy. Very quiet. Miriam had wanted a child almost from the moment we married. You know how women are when they have their hearts set on something. I saw no need to rush, but...
Nice to know you're not the only one. Hey, Miles.
The first 2 times Miriam was with child, she suffered some unfortunate accidents. She was devastated, as you can imagine. So when Charles finally came along, he turned out to be quite a blessing. I can't imagine what sort of depraved madman would take him from us like this. You must find him, Mr. Fordham.
I intend to, Mr. Harris.
So, I'll say this. I know what it's like to be cheated on, and it sucks. Two women who I really liked. Not only have these women cheated on me, I found out because they were pregnant, and it wasn't mine. Yeah. So two times I know I know I've been cheated on. They got knocked up. All right. Oh, geez, chat's coming in. I got to focus on this case. I got to remember the story. Douche Cheater says, "Oofa, worst way to find out." Jesus, don't. Oh, never mind. Devis says, "Same. My son's mother cheated on me. I heard it from my neighbor and mutual friend at the local bar." Oh shit, I forgot about that, Devin. Gosh, that was a couple years ago or something when you told me about that. I totally forgot about that. Well, Devin, having to do that means the relationship is already over. If you have to go through your significant other's messages in the first place, that means there's no trust and the relationship is already over. But yeah, I guess you confirmed it. Anyways, who watched Devin on my stream? How long ago was that stream? A month ago? How long ago was that stream? A month ago? Devin was on a stream with Pat Dixon, Nasty Neil, and I. Who liked Devin? We might have to have Devin back. All right. I'm done with this drink. I think I'm gonna get some ice and get some tonic water. And I want to focus on this case too. wouldn't call it an ice break. I just needed ice and get some tonic water. I had a little bit of alcohol, but I'm done. It's already making me tired, but all right, I want to get back to this case. All right, let's ask him about himself.
Tell me about yourself.
There isn't much to tell, really. My life has been fairly well publicized in the newspapers.
Let's pretend for a moment that I skip over the society pages.
Well, I'm an investor. My father Clyde runs Harris Construction Company, which I will someday inherit. Any other details about me are fairly trivial nonsense, I think.
I found this button in your son's crib. Does it look familiar at all?
No, not at all. Do you think the kidnapper might have left it behind?
It's a distinct possibility. Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
Well, how you doing, T-Gun? Devin, what are you doing this weekend? You might have to be a regular co-host. Devin, tell me your thoughts. How'd you enjoy meeting Pat Dixon and comic Pat Dixon and horror movie podcaster Nasty Neal?
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
Tell me what you know about your son's kidnapping.
Oh, my poor baby. Oh.
Mrs. Harris, I know this is difficult, but I need as much information as you can give me so I can bring your son back.
Yes, you're right. I have to stay strong. For Charles. It happened sometime between 6 and 8 last night. I think both my husband and I had gone out. Charles was in the care of his nanny, Mrs. Davis. I arrived home first, around 8:30, and that's when I found this scene in the nursery, as it was.
And what was it you found?
Mrs. Davis, unconscious in her chair, the broken window, and Charles missing from his crib. Malcolm arrived home shortly afterwards, around 9, and then immediately sent our butler, Mr. Havelock, to notify the police. We stayed up waiting for any contact from the kidnappers, but there was nothing.
Your husband mentioned he was out with friends last night. Where were you?
Oh, I was visiting with some of my friends. We gathered at one of their homes for a concert.
It seems hiding something from your spouse is an activity both Harrises partake in.
What can you tell me about Mrs. Davis?
Well, she's worked for us since Charles was born, a little over 6 months ago.
How did you come to employ her?
Malcolm's mother had a friend whose daughter she used to care for. She came highly recommended. We've never had any problems with her. She's always been a dream.
Where is she now?
In her room, I would guess. With Charles missing, there's little for her to do.
Where might I find her room?
There's a small building just around the back of the manor. Hers is the 4th door from the left.
Oh boy, I don't know, Devin. Maybe you, Neil, and I should go on Pat Dixon's show. And Debson says you're a cripple. Devin's like, no, just lay sitting in bed. Oh yeah. Yeah, Devin, no disrespect, but you did look like a cripple. You're right.
Can you think of any reason why your son would be a target for kidnapping?
It could be that someone wants our money, Or some lunatic who's angry about the new airship? My husband's an investor, and my father-in-law owns the company building it, you see. I just don't know, Mr. Fordham. Frankly, the fact that something like this could even happen is just terrifying.
I found this bit of torn fabric by the broken window. Do you know anything about it?
No, I've never seen it before. Do you think it was left by the kidnapper?
Perhaps. Did the initials SS mean anything to you?
No, I can't think of anyone or anything I know with those initials.
Tell me about your son.
Charles is our only child. He's such a good boy. Never makes a fuss. Always very sweet. Oh, Charles, you must be so frightened out there without your mother. Oh, please, Mr. Fordham. You have to bring him home.
I'll do my best. Tell me a bit about yourself, Mrs. Harris.
Mr. Fordham, my son has been kidnapped and is out there alone, terrified and confused. What could I possibly tell you that would make any difference to you finding him?
I suppose you're right, Mrs. Harris. My apologies if I upset you. I found this button in your son's crib. Does it look familiar at all?
No, I don't recognize it. It looks like it came from some cheap coat. Is that what the ruffian who took my baby was wearing?
That's what I'm trying to determine. That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
That's what I was saying. The button must have came from where the torn fabric came from.
I'll let you know if I have any more questions, Mr. Harris.
The Harris family certainly has a nice view from which to look down upon the world. I wonder if they use the balcony to give speeches to the gardeners.
Well, suction cleaner. Let's look at the
It
clothes.
looks like a pile of women's clothes. Must belong to Mrs. Harris.
Ooh, before we search the clothes, the bed.
Oh, another four-poster. The Harris family certainly makes no secret of their wealth.
This painting.
Painting of the city. Probably the only time the Harris family sees any of the other boroughs. Who in their right mind would need that many drawers? Wardrobes are usually always full of wonderfully dark secrets.
Let's look in the wardrobe.
An empty suitcase. I suppose Mr. Harris must travel every now and then. One thing is for certain, Mr. Harris uses entirely too much starch on his shirts. One thing is for certain. Yeah, it seems like this is where Mrs. Harris keeps her unmentionables. I like the ones with the frills and the stitched cat.
Unmentionables. Oh boy.
Paperwork and receipts. Nothing particularly interesting here. More lacy underthings. I wonder which Harris they belong to.
Oh boy. More lacy underthings.
Mr. Harris's color selection is almost as drab as yours.
Let's see if there's anything of interest in any of the pockets.
So, Mr. Harris is a fan of the ponies, is he? I'm sure that's not causing him any trouble at all.
So he's a gambler. Flimsy, how you doing? Flimsy Greenberg.
Mr. Harris's color selection is almost as drab as yours.
Let's see what we have here. A very poorly written letter addressed to Mr. Harris.
I don't suppose it's a letter of admiration.
On the contrary, the author seems quite upset.
Okay, so this letter says, Mr. Harris, this is your weekly reminder of how much I hate you. Becca, my wife is dead. My wife was a wonderful woman, and you have taken her from me. I hope you suffer as much as I have. Arthur Devons. Oh, boy.
Nothing else of...
Oh, well, at least we got to play a rousing game of Search the Rich People's Dresser.
Clothes pile.
There's a handwritten note among the clothes.
It says, Miriam, baby, I have to see you. I have to see you tonight. It's been far too long. R. Oh, boy.
Fancy. Some poor servant's probably gonna get a flogging for leaving it in here, though. Fancy.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Harris, what can you tell me about these?
What? How did you...
Listen, I'm trying to help you and your family. I can't do it if I don't get the entire truth.
Do you think we could discuss this somewhere more private?
I suppose we could.
Good. Let's move to the nursery then.
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
I found this note in your bedroom. What can you tell me about it?
What? You had no right to go through my things?
Mrs. Harris, I'm just trying to find your son. The sooner I know about any clues I might find, the faster I can proceed with my investigation.
Fine. I got that note last night from Roland.
Roland. All right.
Who is Roland?
Roland is a special friend.
I see.
Oh, don't you judge me, Mr. Fordham. You have no idea what my marriage has been like. Marrying Malcolm
She is
wasn't
cheating.
my idea, nor even his. The whole thing was orchestrated by our fathers. They thought merging the two families would be a good business arrangement.
Is your marriage an unhappy one, then?
It wasn't easy at first. And it didn't get any easier as it went on, either.
So then, why not end it?
Mr. Fordham, we are a respectable family. There are certain considerations. Besides, I had no legal grounds. For all his faults, Malcolm is a very faithful man. Almost frustratingly so. Then, somewhat unexpectedly, we had Charles. At least that made things bearable.
I'm sorry for you, Mrs. Harris, I really am. But I think I should talk to this Roland.
Why? He has nothing to do with this.
That's for me to decide. Where can I find him?
I don't know. I've never been to his home. We usually meet at a hotel.
Can you tell me anything that would help me track him down?
In a hotel.
He's a musician. He plays the piano at some clubs in Gascon, but I don't know which for sure.
How about his last name?
I don't know that either.
I gather you don't talk much.
I refuse to answer that question, Mr. Fordham.
It's a good thing I don't have a stomach anymore, because I can guarantee you its contents would be on the floor right now.
That's all.
Oopsie. Oh, if you guys are watching the stream, you guys knew everything.
For now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
Yeah, if you guys are watching the stream, you already know.
Sit tight, Mrs. Harris. I may have more questions for you later. Sit tight, Mrs. Harris. Shall we continue our conversation, Mr. Harris?
Yes, of course.
I found this letter in your bedroom. What can you tell me about it?
You went through our things?
I'm a private investigator, Mr. Harris. It's part of my job.
Of all the insolence!
You're upset, I know, but do you want me to find your son or don't you?
Yes, of course I do. That letter was sent to me by mistake. It was written to my father. Well, if you can even call that writing.
Have I ever mentioned how much I hate rich people? Because I really hate rich people.
Your father. Doesn't he own the company building the new airship?
Yes, that's right. He's been receiving many letters just like that one since the Ligeia disaster. But that Devons fellow in particular has sent one every week, along with a bag of chicken bones and dust.
How peculiar.
Not only that, he leads a daily protest in front of the construction yard where the HMS Lenore is being built, trying to halt production. My God! How did I not see this before?
See what?
Devons! He has a grudge against this family because of what happened with the Ligeia. I'd put money on him being involved with the kidnapping somehow, as a form of retaliation.
I'll just have to speak with Mr. Devons and see for myself.
HMS Lenore.
How goes the construction of the new airship?
There have been some complications, but nothing we can't handle.
Could you be a bit more specific?
Well, I already told you about the trouble with protesters at the yard, and we're blocked pending Royal Maverick's review of the safety regulations for the prototype etheric diffusion engines. Agitators and red tape aside, we should still be on schedule to have the Lenore finished and in the air by the end of the year. But really, Mr. Fordham, what the deuce does this have to do with finding Charles?
He has a point, you know.
Now that your wife is out of earshot, tell me about the kidnapping and what these betting stubs have to do with it.
Right. As I said before, it had already happened when I got home. I had just come from spending the evening at the Meadows.
I see. I take it your wife isn't impressed by your hobby?
I promised her weeks ago that I would stop going, but I've had such a good streak lately. The last thing I wanted was to upset her further, yet it would be foolish of me to just give up on something so promising.
Can you think of anyone who might want to do you harm by taking your son?
Several, I'm afraid.
Go on.
I haven't exactly had the best of luck, Mr. Fordham. That's why this latest streak was so important to me. The truth is, I've gambled away most of my money. I've had to take out several loans so Miriam doesn't get suspicious. If she ever found out, it would be over. I can't lose her, Mr. Fordham. I just can't.
Where have I heard this before? You know, things would be so much easier if people just talked to each other.
I've tried doing business above board, but lately I've had to seek other resources.
What do you mean?
I was forced to visit a lending office. The owner was a rather shady Sambo, but I figured he'd be easier to deal with than the usual sheenies that run those type of places.
Can you believe this guy? Maybe we should just leave the kid be. He'd probably be better raised by wolves.
Who was the owner?
Mr. LaFay. I didn't bother to get his first name. His business is an abattoir row in Chumley. Horrid place. But I was desperate.
You think this Mr. LaFay may have taken your son as collateral?
Let's just say there isn't much those type of people wouldn't do to put a crown in their pocket.
Those are all the questions I had for now.
He's been gambling.
Right. If you don't mind, Mr. Fordham, I'm going back to the living room.
Been gambling.
I don't want Miriam getting suspicious.
And the loan sharks, or whatever, took his kid. Huh. Well. Find Roland the musician. We got a few things to do. So she's having an affair, and so the wife is having an affair, and the husband is gambling. Colt C, how you doing? The chat is just cluttered all over the place.
Sit tight, Mrs. Harris. I may have more questions for you later. I'll let you know if I have any.
All right, out we go. Let's talk to this drunk bitch.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
How's work going?
Hectic as usual. Crime in this city seems to be getting worse and worse every day.
I suppose that's the price of progress.
God help us if they ever actually discover that ethericity stuff then. Things between you and Adelaide getting any better?
I'm really not sure. They haven't gotten worse, but things haven't been the same between us since Bill died.
Well, you need to figure things out, or everything is just going to explode in your face one of these days.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Upton.
I'm merely speaking from experience. If I'd seen the warning signs with Harold sooner, it would have saved me quite the headache. At least your marriage seems like it's still worth saving.
What's the other case you mentioned? The one you said was a higher priority.
Well, it seems we might have a mass murderer on our hands.
You don't say.
That's right. I didn't say because I shouldn't say. But so far, we've had 3 murders with a very similar MO in the past 2 months. Snelling is trying his hardest to keep it under wraps since the newspapers already caught wind of the first 2.
I don't envy the department there. I'm happy to stick with the missing persons and domestic disputes. Can we go over my current case?
Of course. What have you got?
I found this torn piece of fabric at the crime scene. It's got an emblem with some initials on it.
I recognize that emblem. It's from Solomon Stitching, a little tailor shop in Lyon. My ex-husband had several jackets from there.
Sorry to dredge up old memories, but do you remember where they're located?
I believe it's on the corner of Bonneville Street and Surratt Avenue.
Fantastic. You're helpful as always, Upton.
We asked about the button.
I found this button at the crime scene. Does it look familiar at all?
No, just looks like a cheap button to me.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
That's it, I think.
Then you'd better get back to it.
Solomon Stitching.
Good day to you, sir. Welcome to Solomon Stitching. I'm Jonah Solomon. Please let me know if I can help you with anything.
Isaac Samuels, the Prime Minister who freed the slaves. They say even his enemies wept on the day he died. I sure hope I get to meet him someday. Quite the selection, but I doubt the typical clientele of this place buys off the rack. That coat is so dull. I always prefer the ones with a bit more color. The design of that coat looks awfully familiar. This guy has been in business forever. My grandmother had one like that. I think it was meant to be relaxing, but it always felt like my time was running out. Now that it has, well, it actually is relaxing. Go figure. That cloth will be a garment soon. A vest, by the looks of it. Or maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's a treasure map. Impressive collection of pattern books. I wish I'd known about this guy when I was alive. I'd have asked him to make me a suit for my funeral.
Oh, boy.
Judging from the position and the lock, this is likely where Mr. Solomon keeps his money.
Mr. Solomon?
Yes, sir. How may I be of service? Oh, let me guess. You're looking to replace that old coat. It looks like it's got quite a few stories it could tell me.
You should listen to the man, Miles. He clearly knows what he's talking about.
Not today, I'm afraid. There's still a few more stories it has left to tell. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Questions? Very well, but if they aren't about tailoring, I don't know how much help I'll be.
Let's ask about the shop.
This is a nice shop you have. I never even knew it existed.
Well, better late than never, I always say. Life has a funny way of always taking us where we need to go in the end.
True. Although I think it's easy to miss out on things from time to time.
Oh, of course. It's easy to overlook the details, but in the grand scheme of things, you'll end up where you need to be. And in this case, you ended up here. So, please, feel free to take a look around. Let me know if you find anything you like.
I found this piece of torn fabric with your emblem on it. Can you tell me anything about it?
Yes. Brown, wool, houndstooth. Yeah, this is from one of the more popular jackets I sell.
And here I thought my ability to name ales within 5 seconds of tasting them was good. This fella has me beat.
Do you have any of them in stock currently?
Well, sure. I've got one on the display dummy over there.
Is there any way
Display
you can tell
dummy.
me who you've sold them to?
Ooh, I don't think so. I've sold at least 20 in the past month. As I said, it's a very popular style.
And the button?
Is there anything you can tell me about this button?
Looks like it's made of wood. Not very well crafted either. Definitely not from one of my products.
Huh.
How did you get into this business, Mr. Solomon?
I was always good with a needle and thread. When I was a boy in Poland, I would help my mother with her sewing. Then, during the war with Russia, I fixed uniforms and stitched up wounds. Not long after that, I moved to Vespuccia, settled here in New Britannia. My first shop was in the Chum, but thankfully, I was very successful and was able to move to Lyon. I won't lie to you, this location is much, much nicer. It's refreshing to not have to step over drunken hobos when I open and close the shop.
Oh, but that's part of the charm of owning a business in the Chum.
Not much else to say beyond that. My business is my life.
You seem very dedicated to your craft.
That's right. You won't see any of that newfangled steam-powered nonsense in here. Everything is done by hand and with care. I use only the finest quality materials and stitch every thread myself. And that's the way it's gonna stay as long as I'm around. It's worked for 45 years. There's no reason to change as far as I'm concerned.
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr. Solomon.
Very good.
Haven't you got a character done? A character? A character? Oh, me trying to talk.
That cloth will be a garment, or maybe I'm
Out we go. Well, I guess we could talk to the nanny or whatever.
Come in.
Good day to you, ma'am. I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator. I'm looking into the kidnapping of Charles Harris. Are you Mrs. Davis?
I am. Oh, bless the spirits. They've sent someone to help at last.
My mother had a pewter teapot as well. Always made the tea taste funny. Seems like that boiler's the only thing in here that's less than 10 years old. Another Harris hand-me-down, no doubt. You'd think they would have washed it first. It's a spirit reaching out to a very frightened man. Possibly the fakest looking photo I've ever seen. It's a That chest is full of undressed dolls? What the hell is wrong with this old bat? Painting of a tower on a Scottish moor. I wish I'd been able to make it over there. This looks like a mourning portrait of a young woman, probably a relative of Mrs. Davis. Painting of a misty forest with a cemetery in the background. Cheery stuff. Her Majesty Queen Jessica. This was clearly painted a long time ago. Pretty distinguished looking gentleman. Handsome. Good fashion sense. Wonder who he is. These are all books on spiritualism and the occult. Mrs. Davis doesn't seem to have many other hobbies. A boy taking a nap under a tree while his dog runs around in the distance. That brings back some good memories. The Harris family doesn't seem to hold the comfort of their servants in very high regard. I think a bed of nails would be an improvement.
Just a second, chat. Not quite. Since I was snacking too much, it's like, you know what? Put something in the oven. So put something in the oven. All right.
I have some questions for you, Mrs. Davis.
All right.
Small lasagna.
That's a lovely portrait. Who is it of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan.
I see. My condolences.
Thank you, dear. But he had a good long life.
Ask more about the
Who did
portrait.
you say that portrait was of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan.
I see. My condolences.
Thank you, dear. But he had a good long life.
Who did you
Will
say
you ask
that?
again?
I see.
Thank you.
All right. Chest of
Couldn't help
dolls.
but notice that chest full of dolls in the corner.
Oh, that. Oh, I know it must look a bit strange, but I pick up old and broken dolls so they can be repaired and donated to orphanages. It's my way of giving back to the community and helping poor children who have nothing to play with.
Well, what a kind soul. I wish she would find less creepy ways to express her altruism.
Ask more about
How long
herself.
have you worked as a nanny?
Only a few years. I never had to work when I was married. My husband had a lot of money. Unfortunately, he was in great debt. And after the spirits took him back to the ether, I wasn't left with much. So I began working as a nanny to make ends meet. But I consider taking care of children a reward in its own right.
Yes, I know how to cook. Yeah, oh, no, I got some Parmesan. I don't have any extra mozzarella, but I got Parmesan. And I'll add some pepper and, some pepper and red pepper flakes. Maybe I'll put a drizzle of olive oil on it. Why not?
Tell me about the kidnapping of Charles Harris.
Oh dear, may the spirits forgive me. I feel so awful. Charlie was my responsibility, and I failed.
Mrs. Davis,
Exactly,
that is
Devin.
beside the point. What's important now is finding him and bringing him home. To do that, I need your full cooperation.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Fordham. I'm sorry. I just need to collect my thoughts, get the negative vibrations out of my mind. Now, what specifically would you like to know?
What do I cook? Steaks and spaghetti. Those are my favorite things to make. Another fun dish I did was pork chops and vinegar peppers.
What time did the kidnapping occur?
I'm not entirely sure. I know I was in the nursery having a cup of tea about 8:30. I remember feeling very drowsy. I must have passed out then because the next thing I knew, I was being woken by Mrs. Harris. To think, whoever took Charlie did it while I was in the room. Oh, may the spirits grant me peace.
Do you happen to take any sort of sleep medications or soporifics?
Oh, dear me, no. Those types of drugs cloud the mind and make it impossible to tune into the ether.
You say that as though it were a bad thing.
I beg your pardon?
Apologies, I spoke out of turn.
Okie dokie.
Can you
Suspects.
think of anyone who would have wanted to take the child?
Well, I'm not one to gossip, but I am quite sensitive to the energy and vibrations that people give off. I get the impression that Mr. and Mrs. Harris aren't very happy in their marriage.
Ah, come on. Anyone could have picked up on that. Anyone except you, that is.
Mr. Harris likes to stay out late and not take his wife with him. I can't remember the last time they went out together. I don't know what he gets up to, but it's possible he may have made some enemies.
Yeah, it's gambling. Homemade frozen lasagnas. I'm going to get one out for lunch tomorrow. Thanks, guys, says Colt C. Oh, yeah, no, I always keep frozen dinners. Sometimes you're just too tired to cook. Adeptus, homemade anything usually tastes better. Absolutely. That's why I love making my spaghetti. I love making spaghetti. If I want to cook something easier, it's just, you know, get a nice steak. Throw it in the grill or the cast iron. And, you know, season it, blam, flip it over. I miss doing my two or three steak dinners. I need to start doing that again and posting shit like that again. All in time. That's all that stuff still packed away. Does your pasta consist of gravy from a jar? I kind of make it with cans of tomatoes. And I'll chop up some fresh tomatoes in the mix, but yeah, spaghetti is food. I'll cook up beef and sausages and put some wine in it. Yeah, beef and sausages. Put the onions and garlic on it with some red wine and some olive oil, and it'll build up a lot of juices. And I collect the juices because when the noodles are done, I take all the excess juices and start mixing it in to the noodles after the noodles are done cooking. Throw some butter in there too. A little butter and a little olive oil with the excess juices from the meat sauce. That way, the noodles get some flavor and some color absorbed into it. Alright, let's ask her about the motive.
Do you think of any reason why someone would want to kidnap Charles?
It might have been for money, but last I heard, there was no demand for a ransom. I honestly don't know why this happened, Mr. Fordham. I just hope you find the poor child. He must be scared to death.
Alright, this fabric.
I found this piece of torn fabric in the nursery. Does it look familiar to you?
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
What about this button?
I found this button in the baby's crib. Do you recognize it?
Why, yes. That's one of Barney's eyes.
Barney?
Charlie's stuffed bear. It's his favorite toy, a gift from my friend Linda.
I didn't find a stuffed bear in the nursery.
Then whoever took the baby must have taken Barney as well. Oh, at least the poor thing has something to comfort him. Bless the spirits.
Ask about Linda.
Who is Linda?
Mrs. Linda Walker. She's a good friend of mine. As I said, she gave me Barney as a gift for Charlie.
Can you tell me anything else about her?
Oh, she's a lovely girl, very much in tune with her spiritual nature. I greatly enjoy my conversations with her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, I don't remember. No, wait. It was at the last Spectre Society meeting on the 19th. That's right.
What's this society?
What is the Spectre Society?
It's a club for spiritualists and amateur investigators of the paranormal. We meet twice a month to socialize and discuss our findings.
I see. Sounds fascinating.
No, I don't expect you to share my beliefs, Mr. Fordham.
Oh, I have a bit more experience than you'd think with regards to the spirit world.
You can say that again.
Where exactly do these meetings take place?
At a private residence in Gascon.
May I have the address?
Why, yes, it's 325 Rue Jameau. Are you going to seek spiritual guidance to find Charlie?
Perhaps. You never know what might be worth looking into.
Linda's
Do you have
dress.
Linda Walker's address?
No, I don't. I never visited her home. I get the feeling she doesn't like having visitors or being home very much. She prefers to meet people elsewhere. I was the same way after my husband died. It was embarrassing for my friends to see me living so differently. But I feel it's not just a matter of pride for dear Linda. I think there are lots of bad memories associated with where she lives. I try to stay away from places like that. They leave a mark on the soul, you know.
Who did you say that portrait was of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan. He used to attend meetings of the Spectre Society with me, bless him. I tried to get him to be more in tune with the other side, but I think he was just humoring me. He was a good man. Everyone at the Society cared for him very much.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
The boy taking a nap under a tree while his dog runs around in the distance. That brings back some good memories. Seems like that... Another Harris hand-me-down, no doubt.
All right,
I'll
let's
be
go.
going now, Mrs. Davis.
Let's
May the
go.
spirits guide your path.
Oh boy. Where to next? The Spectre Society. Let's go to construction yard.
And so we say
Murderer.
to Harris and his cronies, no, we will not stand for this. Too many have died to allow this to continue. Steam tech must be stopped. The time has come to reject steam machines. They take our jobs, they take our families, they take our lives. We won't stand for this injustice any longer. Clyde Harris has no concern for the people who died aboard the Lygia or their families. The only thing that matters to him is lining his pockets with the misery of others. To this we say no! Lads, we will not just stand by and watch another bringer of fiery death hover over us. Mark my words, the HMS Lenore will not fly!
Let's listen to this protest.
And so we say to Harris and his cronies, no, we will not stand for this. Too many have died to allow this to continue. Steam tech must be stopped.
Okay, I think we entered a loop.
The time has come to reject steam machines. They take our jobs.
All right.
Well, someone certainly wasn't shy about making their opinion known.
We won't stand for this injustice any longer.
Now that is an impressive piece of machinery.
Clyde Harris has no concern for the people who died aboard.
I suddenly remembered a joke. What's the difference between the HMS Lenore and Chief Snelling? One is a greatly disliked and untrustworthy sack of hot air, and the other is the HMS Lenore. Don't these people have jobs they need to go to? But the
No
way
shit.
this gate is set up, I think trespassers should get an award for being able to breach the fortress. Elect Hart Leroy, the man of the people. I think that's preaching to the choir around here.
The only thing that matters to him is lining his pockets with the misery of others. To this we say no!
Let's talk to this
Pardon
guy.
me, are you Arthur Devons by any chance?
Yes? Who are you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. Could I ask you a few questions?
Guess so, yeah.
Threatening letter, protest. Let's ask about the
Why are you out
protest.
here protesting?
Because what Harris Construction's doing ain't right. I lost my wife in the Lygia crash, and I'm not the only one, neither. Hundreds of people were affected by that disaster. And
He
now
lost his
these
wife.
bastards are making another airship. It's like a slap in the face to everyone who died. I just can't understand it.
What do you hope to accomplish by protesting?
Simple. We want construction of the Lenore stopped, and a full investigation into the Lygia disaster. Not only that, we want compensation for our losses. Royal Maverick took care of all the families of those on board, but the families of the ones in the park didn't get a single copper. It just isn't fair. We aim to make things right. After that, it'll just be a matter of time before people realize that there's no future in steam tech, and they'll call the whole thing off.
Ah, the innocence of the downtrodden. I wish I could be as naive as them. It would have made my life a lot easier.
The wife.
You must have loved your wife very much.
Are you joking? I loved her more than there are stars in the sky. She was my whole world, Mr. Fordham, the light of my life. It's been nothing but cold and dark since she was killed. You're married, aren't you, Mr. Fordham? I see a ring on your finger.
I am, yes.
Then take my advice. Appreciate every moment you have with her. You never know when she'll be ripped out of your life, leaving you with nothing.
You know, this fellow was actually pretty wise. Maybe we misjudged him.
Ask him about himself.
You seem very dedicated to your cause.
I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Fordham.
There's quite a lot of people who are against steam tech, aren't there?
Yes, the movement is gaining ground and growing rapidly, I'm pleased to say.
I've heard stories about some more extreme members. Do you know anything about that?
You mean the Redites? Sure, I've heard of them. Even met a few. But if you think I'm telling you anything else beyond that, you're sorely mistaken.
Are you a member of the Redites, Mr. Devons?
No. I prefer more peaceful methods of making my voice heard. Now, if you don't mind, I think we should drop the subject.
A threatening
Do you
letter.
recognize this letter, Mr. Devons?
How'd you get that? That wasn't meant for you.
I found it at the home of Mr. Malcolm Harris. He tells me you've been sending quite a few of these to his father.
Me and everyone else would had someone killed by that devil machine. I'm not the only one, you know.
Perhaps
So he wrote the
not,
letter.
But he told me you were the most persistent.
Ask about the Harris
What
family.
you got against the Harris family?
Family? Don't know nothing about the family. The only one I got a problem with is Clyde Harris, the one who owns this yard. He's just like all those other rich bastards with their heads in the clouds. The man don't care about the dead. He just wants to make as much money as he can. I'm just trying to make him realize how wrong he is.
Bones and dust. I see Chaz just chatting along.
Mr. Harris told me you send a bag of chicken bones and dust along with your letters. Why is that?
Chicken bones? Dust? Nah, that's not right. I've only sent letters.
Are you certain of that?
Yes, as sure as I'm standing here.
Right. And I'm the queen. I get the feeling this guy will crack if we figure out what the significance of his little gift is.
Okay, chicken bones and dust.
Do
Kidnapping.
you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
Charles Harris? Who's that?
Clyde Harris's grandson.
I didn't even know we had a grandson. I can't believe someone with a grandkid, a family, would want more flying death in the air. How many more people have to die before someone realizes that steam machines are evil? People will kill their own mams for a crown these days.
What the fuck? Torn fabric.
Does this piece of fabric look familiar to you?
Looks like it came from some fancy jacket, the type you'd expect to see on the snobs in Leon. I could never afford clothes like that in a million years.
And this button.
You recognize this button?
Can't say I do, but it looks handmade. I wonder how long it will be before the poor soul who crafted that button gets booted into the street and replaced with some steam-belching contraption.
Good day to you, Mr. Devons.
Oh boy.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
He's busy with his protest. Best to leave him alone for now.
Anything else I could do here? Go over the case book. Adeptus, so what's this game about? Well, I'm a private investigator. The beginning, my partner was killed in the line of duty by my hand, and now my partner lives in my head. So whenever I'm talking to people, I will hear extra dialogue from him. So we got to figure out how to free his soul while we work on these cases, and maybe we can find the one that put us in the situation that led my partner to his death. Yep, I tried to shoot the guy holding a knife to his throat, but I missed. Alright, I guess we'll go to the lending office next.
Hello,
So,
sir.
yeah.
Welcome to LaFay Lenders. I'm the owner, Chester LaFay. Are you looking to take out a loan?
Not today, I'm afraid. I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator.
Look, I don't know what you've heard, but I run a clean business here. I don't need any trouble.
And I'm not here to cause any, for the moment.
Just keep your nose where it belongs. We should get along fine.
And whenever you see text at the bottom, dialogue, for the subtitles at the bottom, that's my partner living on my head. Anything you see above his head is him talking, and of course anybody else, but anything you see in the bottom, yeah.
Do you suppose LaFay turns the heat up to put some pressure
Like
on
this.
his clients?
That's the voice of, that's the ghost of my head, my partner.
Must be soothing for LaFay to be able to look at this landscape while he sits at his desk. He actually has a degree in business from the University of New Britannia? What a waste. LaFay with a woman and a small girl. I wouldn't have taken him for a family man.
Let's see, how long has it been? Lasagnas take a while. In fact, I think by the time the lasagna is done, that'd be a good time to end the stream.
That's the latest model Computron. They don't come cheap. LaFay must be doing pretty well for himself.
Computron.
A crew escaping a shipwreck on a violent sea. Not the most comforting painting to look at while waiting for a loan. I shudder to think how many people's financial freedoms are locked away in that cabinet.
Early night? Well, I started early. I've been live for a couple of hours now. I'm not going to eat on stream. I'm going to definitely try to go to bed early tonight. Then we got tomorrow. Oh, be well rested because tomorrow's Friday and who knows what we're going to do. Who knows what we're going to do tomorrow night. But yeah, got off earlier today. And yeah.
Mr. LaFay, I'd like to ask you some questions.
Fine, but keep it brief.
No, I don't think we're going to play this game tomorrow, but we are going to keep playing this game until we beat it. And we still got more Resident Evil Revelations, and this weekend I got to figure out why I'm having issues streaming Nobody Wants to Die, because I really want to get back into that game. Oh, Devin, I'm not going to eat the whole lasagna. It's a big lasagna. Just going to have a little bit of it and put the And have the rest for leftovers, Devin. Due sheet or Newport Friday. You're right. You know what? Maybe I will get Newports for tomorrow night. I wish I had some right now. But, yeah, I think the year the Newport is over. Time to be a classy gentleman and just sip some nice scotches for the weekend and have a stogie with it. Adeptus says you're going to eat more than half. Don't be weird. No. I've already snacked, but I need a little more substance. Whatever. Malcolm Harris. Let's ask him.
Tell me what you know about Malcolm Harris.
Ah, Mr. Harris. Took out a loan about a month ago. Still hasn't paid me back. In fact, he sent along a letter yesterday saying he was having an emergency and needed more time. I probably should have refused to do business with him. As soon as he walked through the door, I could tell his type.
What type is that?
Upper class, bored with his life, trying to escape and doing it through vice. In his case, gambling.
This guy is good. Maybe you can pursue money lending if the whole private investigator thing doesn't work out.
But for some reason, I pitied him and decided to give him the loan anyway. Compassion isn't exactly an asset in this business, you see.
Nothing to worry about in your case, then.
Aside from that, I don't know anything about him. I prefer to keep how much I know about my clients to a minimum. Makes things easier for me.
Harris's dad.
Exactly how much did Mr. Harris borrow from you?
Is that relevant to your investigation?
It would help to have
Yes.
an idea of exactly how much he owes you, yes.
I don't feel comfortable telling you the exact amount, but I will say it was over 500 crowns.
A considerable sum.
Like I said, probably shouldn't have done it, but I'll get the money back one way or another.
Okay. Debt collection.
What's your policy regarding people who don't pay their loans back?
There are a few options. For the first 3 months or so, I'll send them a letter reminding them. After that, I start to threaten them with legal action. You wouldn't believe some of the things people do to avoid paying back their loans. One client went so far as to fake his own death.
Do you ever employ any more unusual methods?
If you're implying that I do anything illegal, Mr. Fordham, you're mistaken. Look, I have a family to consider. I'm not about to go get my hands dirty when there's plenty of legitimate ways to handle the situation.
Ask about himself.
Tell me a bit about yourself and your business, Mr. LaFay.
What's to tell? I lend people money, they pay me back.
Surely it's not that simple.
Well, of course I charge interest, otherwise I'd never make a profit. I know people don't look upon the service I provide very favorably, but without my help, there would be a lot more unhappiness in the world.
How did you go about starting up this business?
I didn't. My former employer, Mr. Roth, left it to me when he passed.
That was rather good of him.
Yes, well, he didn't have any heirs, and he considered me to be the son he never had. He was fond of my family, too. I try and keep my work and home life as far away from each other as I can, though. There's a lot of things in this line of work that my wife and daughter are better off not knowing about.
Alright, let's ask about the
Are
kidnapping.
you aware that Malcolm's son, Charles, was kidnapped last night?
I had no idea he even had a son. As I said, I don't ask my clients too many personal questions. Though now you've told me, I suppose that would explain the emergency he mentioned in his letter. Poor guy.
Take a
Torn
look at
fabric.
this piece of fabric. Does it look familiar to you?
Sure, it looks like it came from a jacket. In fact, yes, it's the same fabric as the jacket I'm wearing.
Ask about his
Would
jacket.
you mind if I took a look at your jacket?
Sure, not a problem. Here.
Yes, show me your jacket. Is there anything I could click on? Something more I could do with this? Okay.
No tears in mine, huh?
Not a one. You clearly take good care of your clothing.
I don't mean to discourage you, Mr. Fordham, but I've seen a lot of people with this style of jacket. Hell, even Malcolm has one. I remember he was wearing it when he came in here.
I see.
Thank you for the information, Mr.
Malcolm.
LeVay.
Malcolm has the same jacket. Aha. What the fuck is Chad talking about? No, it's a frozen lasagna. It takes a while. Still probably not going to be done by the time I end stream. But the timer will go off when the timer goes off. Frozen lasagnas take a long time.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Can we go over my current case?
Of course. What have you got?
I spoke with Henrietta Davis, the Harris family nanny.
A sensible place to start. What did she have to say?
She claims to have been unconscious when the kidnapping took place.
She must be an extremely heavy sleeper.
I don't believe so. The way she described it made it sound like she was drugged.
Interesting. Definitely worth looking into, I'd say.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
That's it, I think.
Then you'd better get back to it.
Okay, that was uneventful. Alright, let's go to the society.
Too dark to tell what's inside. They must enjoy the somber atmosphere. Too dark. I wouldn't like to have a street lamp right outside my window. Not without a good set of thick curtains, anyway. I wonder if Phillips steam-powered carriages will ever make those things go out of fashion.
Now let's go in.
Yes? May I help you?
Hello, ma'am. My name's Miles Fordham, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Are you with the police?
No, I'm a private investigator.
I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I simply don't have the time right now.
Oh,
Perhaps
come
if you
on. I
come
should...
back next
Fuck
week,
me.
I'll be able to answer your questions then.
This is the Spectre Society, right? I'm interested in joining.
Ah, yes it is. Welcome, darling. Our membership process is a bit different to most social clubs. We require a sponsor.
A sponsor?
Sounds simple enough.
Well, you see, we ask that sponsors be people who have passed on into the spirit world. Once you name your sponsor, I will attempt communication beyond the ether. When they answer, you will be judged and considered for membership.
61 where I'm at.
What are you looking for in a sponsor?
A willingness to communicate from beyond the ether. Open-mindedness, a desire for truth. In other words, all the qualities of a member of the Spectre Society. Actually, we've had former members who have passed on act as sponsors before.
I've got a sponsor.
Excellent. What is the name of your sponsor, darling?
Jonathan Davis is my sponsor.
You knew Jonathan? He was such a kind man. Yes, I can feel his presence, and it speaks positively of you.
Oh,
Please
jeez.
come in, Mr. Fordham. I am Angela Maxwell, the founder of the Spectre Society. Welcome. May I offer you some refreshments? Some water or tea, perhaps?
You're very kind, but I'm afraid I must decline right now.
Well, please let me know if you change your mind.
Won't you look at this place? It's like a candy store for psychics.
The fuck is this?
Those are some
Twins?
creepy twin girls. I can see a passing resemblance to Miss Maxwell, actually.
It reminded me of The Shining.
There's quite a few members in this group.
Angela Maxwell, Monica Brown. The meeting was wonderful. Anyone interested in use of a spirit board, please let Thomas know. Looking forward to having you over the manor next week. Come by 8 p.m. He can meet Charlie. Please ask the spirits to cure my son's illness, Sophia. All right.
I think I've seen one of these before. What does it do?
It's a spirit board. We use it to contact spirits, and they in turn spell out a message with the letters on the board.
Well, I've got a message from Miss Maxwell if she ever tries to use a spirit board around me.
Oh boy.
Ooh, spooky. That ghost between the two people almost manages to look convincing.
Strange device.
What a fascinating device. Exactly what does it do?
That is an etherometer. It's designed to pick up vibrations
Oh.
from the ether and translate messages from the spirits.
What a ridiculous contraption. People will do anything to make a quick crown. A great man once said to me, Bill,
Crystal
you aren't
ball.
going to get very far in life just staring at balls. He's dead now. But then again, so am I.
Bookcase.
It's nice of Miss Maxwell to let people borrow her books, even if they are all just a bunch of nonsense. And coming
Members
from
are
me,
free.
That's really saying something.
Members are free to borrow books as long as you check with me first. Jackson. There's the deep giant squid. Voodoo. Gateways to spirit realm. What lies beyond the veil. Mysteries of spontaneous combustion. Secrets of Terra. Spirits in the ether. Oh gosh, I don't want to do all this reading.
Chicken bones and dust for bad luck in business, huh? That sounds awfully familiar.
Oh, is that in the voodoo book? Chicken bones and dust. Squid.
The plaque says Leonora Pattinson, seer. She looks like someone I would not want to fool around with. I never much cared for all
Tarot
that mystic
cards.
stuff. Why should your life be dictated by a bunch of cards?
Oh, no
I never
shit. Alright, let's talk to her finally.
Could I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
Spectre
Can
Society.
you tell me about the Spectre Society?
Ah, where to begin? I formed this club 2 years ago, right after I moved to New Britannia. During our meetings, we discuss our experiences with paranormal phenomena and organize investigations.
What sort of investigations?
We look into places all around the city which have been reported as haunted. New Britannia is teeming with the spirits of those killed during the French and British takeovers of the city. Not only that, but there is a prevalence of mystic religious practices here in Gascon, brought over by immigrants from the Antilles.
Fascinating.
There are plenty of books on the subject over there in the bookcase, if you're interested in learning more.
Yeah, I learned about chicken bones and dust. Let's ask about Linda.
I spoke with Henrietta Davis, and she mentioned one of your other members, Linda Walker. Can you tell me anything about her?
Ah, Linda. Poor dear. Of all our members, she is the one I feel for the most.
Why is that?
She's had a tragic life, but I believe the Spectre Society has helped her greatly. Not only has she made a good friend in Henrietta, she's also dealt with her grief in a positive way. She has devoured my collection of books, educated herself on many subjects. I would say she's become an expert on clairvoyance and metempsychosis. It's always nice to know that the club can help those who have suffered.
Do you see her often?
Yes, she comes by about once or twice a week.
Linda and
Can you
Henrietta.
tell me about Linda and Henrietta's friendship?
It's so lovely to see them together at the meetings. They're practically inseparable. It's quite sweet. They often leave messages for each other in the guest book. When Linda found out that Henrietta was taking care of an infant, she even gave her a toy bear for the child. I remember Linda lighting up with excitement when she asked about him. She really loves children. It's such a terrible shame about... But please, let's discuss something more pleasant, shall we, darling?
I'm sorry.
All right.
What was it you said? Madam Psy... what?
Metempsychosis, darling. It's a philosophical term which comes from ancient Greece. It refers to the transmigration of the soul after death.
Is that anything like reincarnation?
Essentially, yes. There's a book on the subject over in the bookcase, which can tell you far more than I possibly could.
Linda's past.
What's this tragic story about Linda you mentioned?
Oh, dear. I probably shouldn't say.
What are you? I could be a smartass.
What's the matter? Afraid the spirits are going to tell Linda you've been saying things about her?
Mr. Fordham, that attitude simply will not do. I am hereby revoking your membership to the Spectre Society.
Ah.
At once.
Now, let's not be hasty.
Out, Mr. Fordham, or I'll be forced to send for the police.
That didn't go very well. What's gotten into you, Fordham?
I get irritated when people don't cooperate.
Well, the only thing that attitude is going to get you is a bunch of doors slammed in your face. Try and be a
I
bit
thought that'd be
relaxed
fun.
next time, would you? If you keep up like this, we'll never find the flower shop burglar.
Yes, I know.
Seriously, you really need to improve your social skills. Perhaps the soporific withdrawal is kicking in faster than I thought.
That's quite enough, Bill.
No, really, I'm saying this as your friend. You really should...
Maybe if you just stopped talking for more than a second, I'd be able to concentrate better.
Oh, now you're blaming me?
I'm not in the mood for this right now.
Shut
There's still a
up.
case to solve.
Fine, but don't think for a moment that we're done with this conversation.
How long ago was my last load? It must have been this. My last. Double check something.
We haven't anything to discuss right now, Fordham.
Alright, so we should be good there.
I don't think he's going to be of much help.
Alright, we should be good. Double checking that there's nothing I have to repeat. Alright. Excuse me.
Hello? Did you hear? The Harrises got a note from the kidnapper.
I didn't hear. When was this?
Oh, not long ago. Within the hour. You should
Oh.
go see them about it.
Thank you, Mrs. Davis. I shall.
A note from the
I'll
kidnapper.
let you know if I have anything else to ask, Mrs. Davis.
All right.
I'll be going now, Mrs. Davis.
Alright,
May
I
the
want to talk
spirits
to this bitch
guide
again.
your path.
And we'll blast through to get to where we were. Excuse me. Tonic is getting me a little gassy. I should probably switch over to red
May I
wine.
help you?
If I'm gonna have a lasagna here, I'll check on it in probably about half an hour.
This is the Spectre Society, right? I'm interested in joining.
Ah, yes, it is. Welcome, darling. Our
Speaking
membership
of, I'm gonna
process
get
is a
that
bit
right now.
different
Get
to
my
most
taste buds
social
ready.
clubs. We require a sponsor.
Sounds simple enough.
Well, you see, we ask that sponsors be people who have passed on into the spirit world. Once you name your sponsor, I will attempt communication beyond the ether. When they answer, you will be judged and considered for membership.
I've got a sponsor.
Excellent. What is the name of your sponsor, darling?
Jonathan Davis.
Jonathan Davis is my sponsor.
You knew Jonathan? He was such a kind man.
That's funny, Devin.
Yes, I can feel his presence, and it speaks positively of you.
Please, come in, Mr. I didn't catch your name.
It's Miles Fordham.
And I am Angela Maxwell, the founder of the Spectre Society.
I'll probably have a couple,
Welcome.
2 glasses of wine at the most. Hopefully it doesn't give me a heartburn like the Chardonnay did the other
May I
night.
offer you some refreshments? Some water or tea, perhaps?
You're very
That's why I
kind,
picked
but I'm
Jonathan
afraid I must
Davis.
decline right now.
Well, please let me know if you change your mind.
Would you look at this place? It's like a candy store for psychics.
Well, let's blast through this. Click on everything that we
This is
clicked
it.
on before.
I think I've seen.
It's a
Well, a great man once he's dead.
What a fast.
that.
Ooh, spooky. The plaque said. I never much cared for all that. It's nice of him coming from me. Chicken bones and dust for bad luck in business, huh? That sounds awfully familiar.
No, I'm not immune to hangovers, Adeptus. But I haven't had any in a while because I've been better at drinking lately. All right. I mean, what was it the other night? Yeah, I only had wine at the end of the stream, and yeah, same thing with last night. Last time I drank heavily was last weekend. So I don't know, cutting back a lot. I finally got that certain dizziness back, and if I hit a certain dizziness, I know it's time to stop. Anyways, be right back. NKE. Every night with the booze, huh? Well, I had a beer at I had that one beer that one night. Had that one Chardonnay the other night. Just having a bunch of tonic water. Oh yeah, we'll do a Merlot. And my taste buds are ready. Yes, I told you I get hangovers. Alright, let's try not to piss her off. Actually,
Could I ask you about?
Certain.
What can you tell?
alright, skip through this dialogue.
During
What sort?
we look new, non.
Fascinating.
There are plenty of books.
Do you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about any kidnappings, darling. If you wish, I can commune with the spirits and see if I can help locate your missing person.
That won't be necessary, Miss Maxwell, though I appreciate the offer.
Devin, I say Merlot, just to find out. I thought it was Merlot when I was young. When I was a kid. And what were some other things that I didn't say correctly? Yes, I stand with Adeptus.
I
Linda?
spoke with Henrietta Davis, and she mentioned one of your other... Can you tell me?
Of all our...
Why is that?
She's
So
had a
she's the one who...
tragic life. Not she has. I would say she's become an expert. It's always nice to know that the club can help those who have suffered.
Do you see her often?
Yes, she comes by.
Linda and Henrietta, this is
can you
about the
tell me?
bear.
It's quite sweet when Linda. But please, let's just
I'm sorry,
Alright.
what was it you said?
met him. Essentially, there's a book on the subject over in.
Linda's
What's
past.
this tragic story?
Knowing more about Linda could help me find the missing
Miss
child.
Maxwell, I'm going to be frank. I'm investigating a kidnapping, and Mrs. Walker is a person of interest. I need to know as much about her as possible to help me solve this case. Do I make myself clear?
Well, if it will help, Linda was married to a man named Thomas. Together, they had a son named Alexander. Thomas revealed himself to be a terribly cruel man. When he gave himself over to the drink, he would fly into rages and beat both Linda and the boy.
Ooh.
One day, she came home to find both her son and husband dead.
Oh, wow.
The police ruled it a murder-suicide. Poisoning, apparently. Linda has been trying to make contact with Alexander's spirit for the past year or so, but has had no luck. It really is a terrible tragedy.
Huh. Linda's
Do
address.
you know Linda Walker's address?
I'm afraid not, darling. Linda has always been somewhat private, and that's not something I consider to be crucial information.
That's information we already learned.
You could always come back for our next meeting. It will be the first Thursday of next month.
By then, we'll have completely lost track of Charles. There has to be another way of finding Linda.
Alright, let's ask her
What
about
made
her.
you decide to start up this club?
I began communing with the spirits at a very early age. My twin sister, Rachel, died after falling into an icy pond when we were 8 years old.
So that's her in the
Very sorry,
picture.
Miss Maxwell.
Oh, I appreciate your sympathy, darling, but don't feel too bad. Rachel began speaking to me shortly after that. She has served as my spirit guide ever since.
Spirit guide? You mean you still speak with her?
Oh, yes. Every day. In fact, I was just speaking with her before you arrived. As I grew older, I realized there were others in the world who were also able to communicate with spirits, and those who had an interest in what lies beyond the ether. And so, once I moved to New Britannia, I decided to start up this club so we could gather and share our experiences.
Do you suppose she can hear what I'm saying? Hey, Angela, try a bit less eyeshadow, would you? You look like a purple raccoon. Nothing. Clearly a fraud. Ah, well.
Ah, that's funny. Alright. What's going on in chat? Talk about knee pain. Talking to spirits.
Yes?
When you communicate with the spirits, are you able to stop?
If I wish them to leave me, yes. I bid them farewell, and they usually depart off into the ether.
Excuse me.
What about the more persistent ones?
You do remember I'm right here, don't you?
Well, just between you and me. Those spirits are best dealt with by having the other kind of spirits. Quiets them right down.
I prefer soporific myself.
Oh? You hear the voices of the spirits as well, Mr. Fordham. But of course, now the reason for your visit to the Spectre Society is obvious.
Huh.
Do you see? All our paths eventually become clear. I'm glad yours has brought you here.
Oh, wonderful. Now she started rhyming. Don't get any funny ideas about telling her about me. She may be a lunatic, but that's no reason to expose yourself as one too.
Tell her about Bill.
I don't hear the voices of all spirits, just one.
Miles, what are you doing?
Ah, you have a spirit guide. Please, tell me more, darling.
I wouldn't call him a spirit guide so much as a spirit nag.
This is very, very bad.
Oh.
Do you know who this spirit is?
Yes, it's my former detective partner, Bill. I shot him on our last case together.
You shot him?
He was on a roof being held at knife point by a burglar. They were too close. I took the shot, but missed, and hit my partner instead.
Oh my, you poor darling. Is he angry with you?
Well, he is now. He doesn't think it's a good idea to tell others about him. But normally, he's the same as he was in life. He just wants me to find the man responsible for his death. I've told him I'm really the one responsible, but he insists it's the burglar.
I see. This is quite the unfortunate situation. My advice to you is this. Spirits often know best. You do well to listen to him about keeping his presence to yourself. Not everyone is as open-minded as we members of the Spectre Society.
Maybe I misjudged her.
I know. It's been hardest keeping this from my wife, but I can't drive her away. She's all I've really got left.
Your story has touched me, Mr. Fordham. I will do everything I can to help you and your spirit guide find peace. If I find anything out which might help you, I will contact you personally.
Thank you, Miss Maxwell. I appreciate it.
That could have turned out much worse. I'm warning you, Miles. Tell anyone else about me, and I won't be so forgiving.
Thank you for the information. It was very enlightening.
It was my pleasure, darling.
Saying goodnight to Dad. Oh, I'm gonna make like a baby and head out first. Cheers to you, MK. Good chatting with you all in chat. Hey, have a good one, Devin. Cheers, and have a good evening. Arthur Devin's about voodoo practice. Investigate Solomon snitching. Find Roland the musician. We still got to find that. Oh, cancel.
I'll be going now.
May the spirits guide you to that which you seek.
Okay, so we got to go back to Harris now.
Oh, Mr. Fordham. Oh, thank called your back.
What's going on?
Our butler just brought this in. He found it stuck to the gate outside.
Harris family, I have your son. If you ever want to... Okay. We have your son. If you... Whoever wrote that other letter... Who wrote that other letter? If you ever want to see him again, you must stop building the new airship. We are not joking. Whoever wrote that other letter wrote this letter. Letter from Arthur Devens. Arthur Devens, it must have been the one who did it.
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
The way that letter is written is the same thing Arthur Devens wrote that letter. Other letter.
Did you read the ransom note?
No, Malcolm wouldn't let me. He said I was already too upset.
That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
What is your opinion of this ransom note?
It's obvious who sent it, Mr. Fordham. Why are you wasting your time here? Go arrest Mr. Devens!
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
Yeah, the kidnapper left the child's blanket behind. Nice mobile. Custom made, too. There'll be no mistaking what family this child comes from. Look at that. The kid has a toy chest. Of course, that is...
Alright. Well, we don't know if it's Harris's jacket yet. But we know Mr. Harris owns one. So, you know what? Since you brought that up, let's go double check the closet again.
You don't suppose... How about that?
Good call,
Matches
Colt
the
C.
piece of torn fabric perfectly.
So, this means...
It could mean many things. The only thing that's certain is that a piece of this jacket ended up on the floor of the nursery.
Seems like something worth asking Mr. Harris about.
Good call. Good call, Colt C. I totally forgot about that. Wait, because we talked to him about the fabric. Didn't he deny it?
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
He knew nothing about the fabric?
Mr.
Torn
Harris,
jacket.
do you recall the torn piece of fabric I found in the nursery?
Yes, what about it?
As it turns out, one of the jackets in your wardrobe has a tear exactly the same size and shape as this one. Would you care to tell me how that happened?
That can't be.
I'm afraid it is. So explain it.
I have no explanation. The truth is, I haven't worn that jacket in weeks. I've no idea how it was torn.
Are you suggesting someone else took your jacket and wore it when the child was taken?
I don't know. Perhaps someone is trying to make it look as though I... But that's absurd. Why would I kidnap my own son?
Why indeed, Mr. Harris.
You really think he kidnapped his own son, Miles? Seems more likely he was set up. But he also doesn't strike me as a terribly good parent. Maybe it would serve him right to be blamed for this. We've done our part. The police can handle the search for the missing baby.
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
A lot of people on the jacket, could have they swapped it out? I don't think we're done with this case, though. I'm not convinced. Return to updated accused Malcolm Harris. Confront Arthur Devens about voodoo practice. So we only got one. So the first mission we did, we only came up with one. When I felt like we should have more. Voodoo. Confront.
Mr. Devens? Yes?
Bones and dust.
Do you practice voodoo, Mr. Devens?
What?
The chicken bones and dust you send along with your letters. It's a voodoo spell meant to cause bad luck in business. Quite a convenient solution, wouldn't you say?
I don't know what you're on about.
Come now, Mr. Devens. I'd appreciate it if you didn't think I was stupid.
All right, fine. I went to go see one of them magic women in Gascon. She told me about the spell and what I needed to do. I don't believe in the stuff, but I thought maybe if I used it, I could scare Harris enough to get him to stop making the new airship.
Well, I don't mean to be one to put a damper on your amateur witchcraft, but it doesn't seem to be doing you much good.
No, his grandson got kidnapped. That's not something I'd call lucky.
And what about this ransom note? Looks like your handwriting.
Mr. Devens, can you tell me about this note?
I've never seen that before in my life.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely. It's as I told you. I had nothing to do with that boy's kidnapping. I didn't even know he existed until you told me. Remember?
Yeah. And that note conveniently showed up right after you had that conversation. Let him stew in his own lies. His unique way of spelling is all the evidence we need to tie him to the note.
Very well, Mr. Devens. Forget I asked. Good day to you, Mr. Devens.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
This Arthur Devens Joker is bad news. Not only is he making threats to the Harris family, he also has the nerve to send a ransom note. We have enough evidence to pin the crime on him, I think. The police can deal with the headache of actually finding the baby.
So now we got a second suspect.
Lads, we will not just stand by and watch another bringer of fiery death hover over us.
Ransom note. Heavy debt due to gambling loans. Yeah, we're going to visit him again, Deuce Cheater. Cold Sea, Harris trying to frame an anti-warship guy. Possibly, yeah. But we still have yet to find... We still have yet to find that one person, the guy she's having the wife is having an affair with. Solomon Stitching, let's go back. See if there's any new...
Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I think we've gotten all we can from him for now.
All right. But the fact we could come back here means there's still something we could do here, but what? Let's go back home.
Hello, dearest. I have returned.
Seeing you come home always puts a smile on my face.
Addie?
What do you need, dear?
I agree. Solomon does seem like a tunnel enjoyer. Complimentary.
I've forgotten how good you are at écarté. You absolutely destroyed me the other night.
As I recall, you used to hold your own pretty well.
We should have another match soon. That way I can hone my skills.
Yes, we should. As long as you can concentrate, I'm sure you'll get as good as you used to be.
Roland.
Addie, did you ever work with or meet a musician in Gascon named Roland?
Roland?
Yes, a piano player.
Oh, of course. That's gotta be Roland Devereaux. Yes, I know him. I'd just as soon never hear the name again, if I'm being honest.
That bad, huh?
He's just an arrogant little twerp. Completely full of himself, thinks he's God's gift to music. He really isn't very good. Misses notes like you wouldn't believe. Used to throw me off the few times I sang with him.
Well, he's a person of interest in my current case. Any idea where I can find him?
Last I heard, he was playing a regular gig at the Crimson Cat, but that was a few years ago. If he's not still there, they might know where he went.
Thanks, dear. That's incredibly helpful.
My pleasure.
I'll go with the
You
hairdressing.
were kidding about business picking up. You're averaging what, about 3 appointments per day?
More like 5. I told you, debutante ball season's busy.
Doesn't it get tiresome?
Not really. You'd be surprised at the sort of gossip I hear from my clients. I don't know what it is, but they just open up to me and tell me all kinds of personal things. You sure you don't want me to give you a trim?
I'm fine for now, dear. Thank you.
How do you say
I
that?
can't believe the nerve of that narrow-minded old cow.
Who, Mrs. Delacroix? She's
Delacroix.
actually one of my nicest clients.
I don't know how you can tolerate her. If I were you, I'd strike her off my list.
If I did that for every one of my clients who thought the same as her, I'd be out of a job. That's just the way it is.
Maybe so, but it doesn't make it any less infuriating.
I could play Oregon Trail on the browser. Same thing with SimCity. Oh, speaking of... I was organizing... I was showing... some of my floppy disks. And I found another game. Nothing too fancy, but something that's in my collection. Microsoft Arcade. So, yeah. Microsoft Arcade. I got to make sure I add this to my Google Doc of games that I own. Spectre Society.
Have you ever heard of a group called the Spectre Society?
I think I had a client once who mentioned it. There's some kind of spiritualist group, right?
So it would seem.
I don't really know anything else about them, sorry.
And herself.
How are things going with you?
I'm a bit worried about some rumors I've been hearing.
Oh?
They're saying it won't be long before automated hairdressing devices are available to the public. Once that happens, it's going to be tough for me to keep getting jobs.
Automated hairdressing devices? How would those even work? Do they read your mind?
Doubtful. More than likely they'll have some kind of settings or just give everyone the same type of hairstyle.
I wouldn't worry too much, Addie. You're the best hairdresser in town. I doubt people will place their trust in some contraption over you.
You underestimate my clientele, Miles. They're mostly all rich socialites whose hobbies are buying the most expensive and modern things just to outdo their peers. They'll be sending their servants to line up for days before the things are released.
Perhaps, but they'll come running back to you once the machines stop working. You'll see.
I certainly hope so.
I'll let you get back to your book.
I don't remember what was on the disc. I gotta find out, but hey, I have it either way. No, I didn't beat Resident Evil yet. I was already feeling too tired to want to play Resident Evil tonight. So I might resume that tomorrow, but thought I'd do something a little bit more chill and relaxing. Okay, here's the Crimson Cat. Oh my gosh, look at this on the couch.
Crimson Cat, one of my favorite underground clubs. Ooh, I spent some wild nights here. Which reminds me, I wonder if Stefan is still working the bar these days.
Look at this on the couch.
Looks like they've got Bollingworth, Millhopper, and Brooklyn Lager. Not a bad set of beers. Quite the selection. It rivals even the Angel. Fine beer, always served here. Good to know. Looks like a view of Claremont Street with St. Denis Cathedral in the background. This place has been around for quite some time. That well-dressed feline is Red, the official mascot. Call me old-fashioned, but I've always felt the piano should be played by an actual human. These automated ones just don't have any soul.
Wait, do I have a computer right here that has a floppy? Let me double check. No. No. No floppy on this laptop that I have right here. Well, I do have the USB floppy drive. I guess. Wait. Misplaced it. No, I just pulled out this Windows Vista Gateway laptop that I'm starting to tinker with. And I was like, wait a minute, does this have a... It's like, no, Vista Machine's not going to have it. And sure enough, nope. That's got a DVD rewritable drive.
Call me old-fashioned.
Flimsy says, hey now, what's up?
Excuse me, are you Roland Devereaux?
Who's asking?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I wanted to ask you some questions.
Sure, whatever you say.
Are you acquainted with a woman named Miriam Harris?
Sure. Acquainted. That's definitely a word you could use. But then, I'm also acquainted with about 20 other women in this borough alone.
Oh boy.
Could you tell me about Miriam, please?
Sure. That woman could talk the ear off a cornstalk.
Oh? She said you didn't talk much.
That's right, I don't. She talks plenty for the both of us. Always going on about how sick she is of the phony high society types, how glad she is to be with someone
Excuse
real.
me.
But hey, she's loaded. And she's pretty good in bed, so it's a nice little thing we got going on.
Kidnapping.
Are you aware that Mrs. Harris's son was kidnapped last night?
What? Kidnapped?
Yes. Do you know anything about it?
No, not at all. I mean, I knew she had a son. She wouldn't shut up about him. Why would anyone take someone else's child voluntarily? Are people that desperate to have their own little brats?
Children.
I assume you're not a fan of children?
Let's just put it this way. I would rather have a hot poker shoved up my ass repeatedly than ever have to deal with a child.
Well, that's quite
Oh boy.
specific.
There is no way in hell I'm going to tie myself down and give up this great life of mine. If this lady's kid's been stolen, she'll probably leave her husband and want a replacement brat. I'm not gonna be that sucker, that's for sure. Thanks, friend. You've really opened my eyes. I think the time has come to exit stage left from Mrs. Harris's life.
You're a real piece of work,
Oh
Roland.
wow.
Yeah, I know.
So, I take it you're a musician?
A musician? Am I a musician? Man, you insult me. Ask anyone who hears me tickle those ivories. They'll all tell you. I'm doing the Lord's work. I am more than just a mere musician. I have a purpose on this earth, and that is to move people, to bring joy to their souls.
And this is after you've set the piano back to manual, right?
I don't expect a layman like yourself to understand, least of all a private eye. Your job is exploiting people's misery. I don't know how you can even look at yourself.
Oh, it's fairly easy. But then I expect you've never gone more than 5 minutes without looking at yourself. I think
Oh
that's quite
boy.
enough for now.
It's about time.
So that's Roland. That's the one who's having an affair with the missus. Amazing. Yeah, the lasagna's not done, so let's keep going. Cheese needs to brown up some more.
Good old Bollingworth Ale. Unlike so many other things in life, it never lets you down. Well, not while you're drinking it anyway. The next morning is another story entirely. Attention customers. Use of Dr. Tennyson's finger pills while under the influence of alcohol may cause loss of consciousness. It's nice to see this establishment looking out for its patrons. Seagrave's Stasholine, high-quality mustache wax. You know, I always wondered what you'd look like with a mustache.
No, don't be such a smart ass. Flimsy. Adeptus, you ever play War Thunder? Very little of it. I mean, I've been meaning to try out War Thunder again in VR. Okay, so I got either two people to accuse, but I don't know. I'm not convinced on either accuser yet. Let's see if I could get some advice.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Can we go over my current case?
Of course. What have you got?
Have you ever heard of the Spectre Society?
I think so. They're some sort of ghost hunting club, aren't they?
A spiritualist group, yes.
Don't tell me this case has taken a turn for the supernatural.
Not exactly. It's just come up as a potential lead.
I was just talking about the lasagna.
Are you familiar with the term metempsychosis?
No, what is it?
Apparently some
Lasagna is not done yet.
maintain that it's a process whereby human and animal souls are transferred to new bodies upon death.
Fascinating. Some people have such queer ideas.
Yeah, it's a big
What's that got to do with the
lasagna.
kidnapping, though?
I'm not exactly sure yet.
Well, it's big
Sometimes
trays.
I'm jealous of all the odd things you detectives get to look into.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay,
That's it, I think.
then you'd better get back to it.
What's with all the question? No, it's a lasagna for more than one. I'm having a lot leftovers. We still got to go back over to the tunnel dwellers. Lending office. Let's go.
I don't think he's going to be of much help right now.
Okay, so we can't talk to him anymore as of yet. Let's go back to this.
Hello again, Mr. Fordham.
I have some questions for you, Mrs. Davis.
All right.
Visits with Linda.
Mrs. Davis.
That's right. We need to visit her.
You at the Harris Manor?
Oh,
Or-
no, of course not.
And would you care to explain your note to her in the Spectre Society guest book?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Please, Mr. Fordham, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that it gets so lonely by myself in the house at night.
You didn't mean to lie to
every
me.
now and then, I invite Linda to come over for tea and some company.
Okay, but
I
where's
see.
she live?
And when was the last time this happened?
2 nights ago? Please don't tell Mr. and Mrs. Harris, Mr. Fordham. If they found out what I was doing, they'd have me dismissed without a reference.
I won't, but I'd very much like to speak with Mrs. Walker. Do you have any idea where I can find her?
All I know is that she works as a seamstress at a shop in Lyon, but I don't know the name. I'm sorry, I can't be of any more help than that.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very
So let's
welcome.
narrow it down. Speaking of laptops, I was showing, I need to get this one charging. This thing doesn't fucking start charging. I'm gonna order a different cable for this one. Oh boy, the smells are starting to come out. Yeah, the smell is really starting to come out. Yeah, this little XP Asus computer doesn't have any drives. It's a small little thing, but I'm going to get this thing charged up. All right.
I'll be going now, Mrs. Davis.
Probably check on in another 15 minutes. In fact, by then, might call it the night. Let's go to her and ask her if she knows anything.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Okay,
That's
no
it, I
information.
Then you'd better get back to it.
Oh, wait, I'm sure where to go right now.
He's busy with his protest.
Let's go back to Solomon.
Welcome back. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I will let you know. Oh, we could talk to him now.
I've got some more questions for you.
All right, I'll do my best to answer them.
Linda
Do you
Walker.
by chance employ a seamstress named Linda Walker?
I do, yes.
Is she here?
No, she has the day off today, but she'll be in tomorrow.
Would it be possible
Where's she?
to have her address?
Begging your pardon, but why should I give it to you?
Which one should I pick? I'm a private investigator. It's crucial to my case. She's my sister. We lost touch. Or her son and mine were schoolmates. I have something in return. I don't know. How sneaky are we going to be here, chat? Fuck, I have this little baggie. Where did I put it? Since I just set myself up for that, can anybody guess what's in the baggie? Salted lemon. Wrong, Adeptus. I'll just say I'm a private investigator. Fuck it.
I'm a private investigator, and it's crucial to this case.
Well, as I said, we'll be here tomorrow. You can ask her then.
Fuck.
It really is a matter of some urgency.
I'm sure it can wait a day. But if it were really that urgent, I would think the police would be involved, not a private investigator. I'm not obligated to tell you anything, so please, let's move on before I lose my patience.
Please, Mr. Solomon, it's extremely important that I get Mrs. Walker's address.
So you said, but why should I?
I know I said I was a private investigator before, but there's a more delicate reason I want to speak with Mrs. Walker.
Oh?
Her son, Alexander, and mine were schoolmates. I just found a book he lent my son, and I wanted to return it. I've been trying to track her down for ages, and only just found out where she worked.
Oh, I see. It was a terrible tragedy what happened with her boy and her husband. I know how private Mrs. Walker is, but I'm sure she would appreciate you returning her son's book. All right. She lives at 403 St. Agnes Street.
Oh boy, that worked.
Remember when you couldn't even bring yourself to trick people into thinking their shoelaces were untied? You've come a long way, Miles.
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr. Solomon.
Very good.
Oh boy, well, it was that easy. It was that easy. How about that? Ah. Excuse me. Let's overwrite that save. Now that we got that working. So run to my little kit right here. Anyways, I don't want to wrap it up, but I kind of, well, I kind of do, I kind of don't. I'm kind of in that in-between point. Let's see, I got about, what, 10 more minutes left anyways. Well, we'll check on it. It's got to cool down anyways. Yeah, it's going to have to cool down, so... I'm not going to be able to eat it right away anyways. Keep saying anyways a lot. Sorry. No, I'm going to take it out in about 10 minutes. No, I smell it. It smells good. Ah, here's the address. Here's the address. You know what? Let me go check it on it right now. I know it said 10 minutes. Maybe now's a good time. Be right back. I hit a wrong button, but the game is still running at least. Internal temperature is not, it's almost there, so we're going to give it a little bit longer. Yeah, the internal temperature is not quite there. So it's not done. It's looking done, but when you stick the thermometer in there, it's almost there. So we're going to keep it going. Anyways. I don't even know what to talk about, so I guess I'll pull back up the game. Now, what's this? Cold Sea said we're about to bust the case wide open. I know. Let's see. We'll check again in about another 15 minutes. Wow, and I'm already going on 3.5 hours of this stream. And it's not going to be longer until I have to start getting ready for bed. So that means I'm going to have to eat even less, but I still need something in my stomach. And then, go to bed early. I don't know. I have no idea how long tomorrow's going to last, but I am definitely going to drop by the store, pick up energy drinks and something to drink. And I don't know what's going to happen. We're going to, I don't know, play games, or maybe I'll do a stream with some guests, or who knows. Well, actually, I doubt it's going to happen like last Friday did, but be a guest on MLC 24-hour stream. I don't think I'm up for it this weekend. I've been adjusting to a new schedule, so anyways, let's pull this back up.
Says here that Linda Walker is in the upstairs apartment, and someone named Douglas Emafiel is under the stairs. Some people would call that humming and hissing the sound of progress. I'd call it annoying.
Oh, I guess, I'm sorry, Adeptus, I misread that.
This machine is quiet. It's already gone up considerably in my estimation.
You could learn a thing or two from it, Bill.
Guess my mind resorted to the defaults.
What? Who are you? Are you from the Steamworks?
Afraid not, sir.
Damn. Oh well, what can I do for you?
Why'd you ask if I was from the Steamworks?
Why did you think I was from the Steamworks?
Because I contacted them a few days ago when my boiler broke, and nobody has come to repair it yet. I should have known better. Those fools always take their time, if they even bother showing up at all. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in here with nothing but cold water. If I catch pneumonia and die, you'll know who to blame.
Can you tell me anything about Linda Walker?
Do you know Linda Walker?
Of course. She lives upstairs. Who's asking?
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm trying to find Linda so I can speak with her.
What's your business with her?
I'm afraid that's private.
Well, she's out right now. You'll have to come back another time if you want to visit her.
Do you know when Mrs. Walker will be home?
Idea when Mrs. Walker will be back?
Not for a few days. She told me she was going away for a bit. Ah, that reminds
You gotta be shitting me.
She asked me to water her plants while she was gone. Just need to remember where I put the spare key.
What was about a spare
Did you say
key?
something about having a spare key to Mrs. Walker's apartment?
Sure, I'm her landlord. I look after the place when she's gone. Got a bit of a green thumb, that one, so she puts me in charge of watering her plants. The trip up is a bit of a pain, though. My hips aren't what they used to be.
I'm a private detective, so I need you.
I'm a private detective, and it's of the utmost importance that I get that key from you.
Right. Private detective. I don't have to do anything you say. You're not really the law. So nice try. But I'm not betraying Mrs. Walker's trust so easily.
He says that now, but I'm willing to bet he'd do it if it benefited him in some way.
Sorry to bother you, sir. I'll just be
Watering
on
the
my way.
plants. But I'm surprised they didn't think of that in the first place. Snuck again.
Yes? What is it?
Sorry to bother you, sir. I'll just be on
Ah,
my way.
fuck shit. Shit, how long has it been?
It says here that Linda Walker is in the upstairs apartment, and someone named Douglas Emafiel is under the stairs. Nobody home. Now what? Still nobody home. You're only gonna draw unwanted attention to yourself if you keep this up.
Knock again.
Still nobody home. You're only gonna... Still nobody home.
Oh,
Miles,
fuck around
what
with his
are you doing?
boiler.
You don't know the first thing about steam engine repair.
It can't be that hard to work out.
If you're serious about getting it fixed, I'd suggest looking for someone who knows about this sort of thing first. But if you just want to charge in blindly, be my guest.
Or
Find
coal.
fuel source.
Starter valve. Oh, steam valve.
It won't go any further in that direction.
So that is that. Wait, so it's already open? Oh, so that means we probably closed it. Now it's starting to steam up. Okay, so we closed the valve, and now it's starting to steam up.
These pipes are connected to the flue. They must heat up the water in this overgrown tea kettle.
Okay, so we close that, so that way... Okay, since things seem like they're about to explode, we open that up. Oh, now we got pressure. Left to open it. Oh no.
What the? My boiler! What have you done?
I do apologize.
You're one of those saboteurs, aren't you? One of those Redites.
No,
I'm calling the police, you no-good troublemaking bastard.
Now you've really done it, Miles. Best not to stick around here too long.
No, actually I want to fix this because I was looking at it. It's like, oh, wait a minute. I was starting to figure this out.
Some people would... This machine is...
Let's do everything in order.
What?
Afraid not.
Damn. Oh.
Why did you think?
Because I should have. Meanwhile,
Do you know? I'm Miles.
what?
I'm.
Well,
Have you got any?
not. Just need to rem.
Did you say?
Sure. Got it. The trip.
I'm a pro.
So not.
He says that now.
Sorry to bother.
I'm repeating all my decisions, while of course skipping through the dialogue that we already heard.
Nobody home. Still nobody.
Oh boy, chat.
Miles, what are you doing? You...
It can't be that hard.
If you're... But if you...
Starter valve, huh?
It won't go any further in that direction.
So it's open, so let's close it.
Find fuel source.
Okay. So it's going to heat that up. Now that's going. Yeah, I'm minding the gauges. They haven't changed yet. So this should be closed, but if we open that up... Oh, I didn't realize these small valves. Let's close it. Yeah, so, oops. Turning it right closes it. Let's go back to there. We'll close that. That should collect the heat. Not let any heat escape. Alright. It's not letting me click on anything yet. Okay. Let's close one of these. Let's close another one. I guess we'll open that. Oh, gosh dang it. I don't know why I clicked on that again, but I did.
What the? What? You know, I'm.
Now you've really...
Alright, we're gonna do this again, but we're gonna create a new save after this so we don't have to...
It says here that...
Come on, come on.
What?
Why did you? Do you know?
Well,
Have you got? Did you see? Got the. I'm a. Sorry to bother you.
No, 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 no,
Well,
no,
he
no.
can't be.
If you're but some people.
Alright, we're gonna create a new save so we don't have to repeat all this shit again.
Nope.
Alright, start from the basics again. Oh shit, the gauge is going through the fucking roof. Left,
It won't
open.
go any further.
Oh, wait, what? Think. Hmm. Huh. Ghost stories. Oh shit. I just fucked this up. I just fucked this up. I cannot believe I just fucking did that.
What? No, I'm called.
Yeah, you've really done him.
Yeah, I knew I fucked this up when I clicked on it. I was like, what the fuck was I doing? Alright. So I think I see a little bit more what's going on here, but I cannot believe I clicked on that. Oh. Wait. So let's not touch that anymore. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. Let me look at something. Okay, it's out of the oven, and it's out of the oven, and the oven's turned off. Adeptus, I haven't had enough time to figure out how to do that. But hey, we got it out of the oven. It's turned off and... Oh, wait, I just realized the fucking clue. You see down... Oh, God. Or is that the clue? Nuts. Huh. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I was just looking at the bottom green.
It won't go any further.
No, I think they're lined up. Let's try it.
Well, color me impressed. You're either extremely lucky, or you've done this sort of thing before.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Fix a boiler without any help.
Yes? What is it?
I fixed your boiler.
I fixed the boiler for you.
What? Are you serious? It's pretty pathetic when some yahoo off the street does a better job than the people paid to do this sort of thing. I owe you, friend.
Might I take you up on that offer and get that spare key to the apartment?
Oh, right. You said you were a private detective, didn't you? Did Mrs. Walker do something wrong? Is she in trouble?
I'm not entirely sure yet, which is why I need to take a look inside her apartment.
I see. Well, I wouldn't normally do this, but you did me a great service by fixing the boiler. I can't just give you the spare key, but I can let you into the apartment.
That'll be just fine. Thank you.
All right.
What in the ether?
Cripes, did a tornado come through this place or what?
Looks as though she definitely left in a hurry. I wonder if she planned on ever coming back.
I'll be waiting for you in the kitchen, Mr. Fordham. Just let me know when you're done looking around.
Torn apart. She took most everything, but it doesn't appear she had much to take. The books she left behind are all trashy romance novels. Why wouldn't she take those? They're clearly the best ones.
Trashy romance novels.
Torn apart. I thought my apartment was messy.
His apartment's not messy.
A fairly recent model. Linda must have spent a good portion of her wages on it. It's a boy. Can't be more than 7 or 8 years old. If that's Linda's son, why would she leave this behind?
Good question.
Nice patterns. I wonder if Linda makes all her own clothes. Well, at least that painting cheers the place up a little bit.
Something in the wallpaper here. But let's search through the trash.
You're actually gonna dig through that mess? I sure hope it's worth it. A receipt with yesterday's date. One-way train ticket to Pierre in Lorraine. Departed this afternoon.
Thought she could get away easy, it seems. Well, I hate to disappoint her.
Oh boy. See, we could have blamed anybody. Kind of like we did on the last case. Which means that this game is definitely going to have some replay value. Yeah, it's no surprise Solomon's the killer.
A receipt with yesterday.
Thought she...
Nothing else to see?
That bit of torn wallpaper looks almost deliberate.
Let's check it out.
What do you know? She hid a book behind the wallpaper. Looks like a journal.
April 5th. I can't believe it. Can it be true? At tonight's meeting, I struck up a conversation with Henrietta Charles Harris. Charles Harris was born the day Alexander died, and he has blue eyes. I know I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but this is too perfect to be a fluke. To be sure, I need to find someone of Alexander's appropriate exam. All right, sorry. I know. Can I pull this up on my phone? Because text is either too fucking pixelated, or it's perfect. No, can I do this on my phone? Actually, it's blurry on there. Charles Harris was born the day Alexander died, and he has blue eyes. I know I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but this is too perfect to be a fluke. To be sure, I need to find someone of Alexander's appropriate form. Appropriate for something of Alexander's appropriate for an infant, maybe his old bear. For an infant. I need to find something of Alexander's appropriate for an infant, maybe his old bear. "15 days later, April 20th, Charles loved Barney. Henrietta told me she's never seen him react with such joy to any of his other playthings. There's no doubt now in my mind, Charles Harris is the reincarnation of my beloved Alexander. At last we could be together again. At last I can see or seal. At last I can forgiveness. I just need to find a way to take him from his false parents without getting dear Henrietta in trouble. I had a nightmare." Okay, so August 24th, 4 days later. "I had a nightmare again last night. Alexander's cries of, 'Why did you do it, mother?' were nearly too much for me to bear. When I have him again, I can finally explain that I couldn't do anything to stop him. Thomas was a monster, and I was at my wit's end." That's right, the murder-suicide. "Dear Samuel had helped me so much, and there was no turning back once he had consumed the tainted pie." Tainted pie? Am I... Sorry, the text is very pixelated for me. "How was I to know Alexander's friend would take ill and he would arrive home early? Watching my boy share the poisoned meal with his father was the worst moment of my life. I must get him back." That's right. That's right. Okay, yeah, something about that. October 6th. Oh, while later. "Finally, after months of thinking, I have a plan. Samuel's instructions on the nature of plants has been the key. I'll visit Henrietta tonight at the Harris residence and prepare everything. It must look as though a burglar entered the nursery and tore his coat. In 2 nights, I'll have a baby again." So she framed the father.
Well, this is pretty damn incriminating.
I'll say. Now we just need to figure out how she managed to drug Mrs. Davis.
So we gotta figure out how she
got
drugged.
You now, Linda. Thought you could be clever and get away with the baby, did you?
Bill?
Well, you thought wrong. With Fordham and Legere on the case, the only thing you're getting is a one-way trip to jail.
Bill?
And the worst part is how sloppy she was. I mean, really, she couldn't think to pick up a button? She might as well have left a signed confession in the crib for all the good it did her.
Bill, would you just shut up, for God's sake? Huh? Is everything all right?
Yes, everything's just fine. I just stubbed my toe on the bed frame.
You ought to be more careful, Mr. Fordham.
Sorry, Miles. You know how I get when we're close to solving a case.
You always do this. I need to concentrate, and I can't hear myself think with you yapping away.
Right. Sorry. I'll keep it to myself.
Thank you.
But you have to admit, she really would have saved us the trouble if...
Bill.
Right.
Shut the
None
fuck
of the
up.
peep, as you were. It's a boy. Can't be more than 7 or 8 years old. If that's Linda's son, why would she leave this behind?
Because she thinks she's got the real thing again.
All right.
The books she left behind are all torn apart. I don't know about you, but I'm starting to have my fill of plants and flowers.
Gosh, I really want to complete this chapter now. I don't even think I'm going to eat. Maybe I'll have another glass of Merlot and just call it the night. I mean...
I hope you were able to find out what you needed.
Yes, thank you for your cooperation.
Oh boy.
It says here that Linda Walker is in the upstairs.
Wait. How do we get to... let's talk to the boss. Or, you know... Turn off the boiler.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
That's it, I think.
Then you'd better get back to it.
Wait, is she listed as prime suspect? She's not listed yet. Oh, shit. Come on, how's she not listed prime suspect? What else do we need to do?
Welcome back, Mr. Fordham.
I don't think there's anything she can help with right now.
All right, then off we go.
Honey, I'm home. You know, I've always wanted to say that.
Seeing you come home always puts a smile on my face.
Let her read in peace for now.
I'll see you later, Addie.
I wish you'd let me fix your hair before you go out like that.
It'll be fine.
He's busy with his pro...
Think. Report
I
trouble.
don't think he's going to be of much...
I'm about ready to go back over to here, but let's go back to the Solomon.
Welcome back. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Well, I'm an hour longer into the stream than I thought I was going to be.
I think we've gotten all we can.
I'll be wrapped up here soon. Yeah, I don't think I'm eating tonight. But at least I got something ready, I don't know, to bring to me for lunch tomorrow. Let's go over here first.
I'll let you know if I have any more questions, Mr. Sit tight, Mrs. Harris.
All right. We only got that old bat to go to. Oh, geez, I'm doing this a little too quickly here, chat. All right, let's see. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I got leftovers and all that stuff for the weekend. It's like, fuck it, another glass of wine. I'm becoming pretty invested. Let's talk to this fucking, you know.
Hello again, Mr. Fordham.
No, I wish I had a
If I
cigarette.
have anything else to ask, Mrs. Davis.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
I suppose it's for a good cause, but that doesn't make it any less disturbing. Seems like that boiler's the only thing in here that's less than 10 years old.
All right. So how do I list her as prime suspect?
I'll be going now, Mrs. Davis.
May the spirits guide your path.
Am I missing something here? No, I know. Well, yeah, I know what you mean about eating at work makes you sleepy. I do, trust me. I don't know, I'm just talking out loud. But when I get home, I got something in the microwave. How do we get this bitch on prime suspect so we could say, go find her? I mean, we found a ticket.
Yes? What is it?
Boiler time?
Do you think I might have another look inside Mrs. Walker's apartment?
All right, let's go.
In small ways, I don't know why the fuck,
Well, at least that...
the music reminds me of the Ninth
Nice
Gate.
pattern. A fairly recent model. It's a boy.
Because she thinks she...
A receipt with yesterday's date. One-way train ticket to Pierre in Lorraine. Departed this afternoon.
Thought she could get away easy, it seems. Well, I hate to disappoint her.
But it departed this afternoon, so it's already departed. Is there something else I'm missing here? Yeah, but train station, I don't see it. Let's take a look at the map again. I didn't see anything
I
new.
hope you were able to find out what you needed.
Yes, thank you for your cooperation.
It's chugging along and making noise again. Wonderful.
Okay, so we can't act or interact with the boiler anyways. So, am I missing something? I don't see anything new on the map. We're here. That's home. The Spectre Society. The coffee house. The construction yard. Lending office. Davis. The Harris residence. And Solemn Stitching. I don't see anything new on the map. This is what's throwing me off. What is it that I need to do so we could get there? The question mark was, what's her name's place that we're just at? Walker's. Linda Walker's. The question mark was Linda Walker's place. I know I missed something. I'm trying to figure out what it is I missed.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
No, we're not wrapping
That's
up
it,
the
I think.
case.
Then you'd better get back to it.
She talks about the guy's jacket in the journal. Well, hold on. All right, let's go back. Wait, I know she talked about the guy's jacket. No, I know she talked about the guy's jacket in the journal. She was talking about that, using the framing. But I also went back to them to try to explain that, but there's no new dialogue options.
Yes.
Do you think I might have another look?
All right.
Nice patterns.
Yeah, those are her fucking patterns and the sewing machine. We can only look at the stuff. And, of course, down here we got more of...
A receipt with yesterday's...
Thought she could get...
Here's Solomon Stitching. we can only just interact with it and move it around. You can read this shit, and of course, more stitching stuff. And I don't know, is this a book she took? But this envelope, I don't think we could do anything with it. But we also got this can I flip things? It doesn't seem like I can. It seemed like all this was just the purpose of just exposing this ticket.
A receipt with...
Thought she could get away.
I think this is all just for moving around and just seeing that. Because I cannot seem to interact with anything else. Or have any other alternate shit. Oh! I did not see this on the screen. Oh my gosh. I did not see this on the screen. There, I got a freaking glare. Here, let me turn my lamp away. Wow, I totally missed this. When I moved the mouse over here, I saw the magnifying glass. Oh, the closet.
Torn apart.
See, the same thing. When I saw the magnifying glass light up over here and say notes, it's like, hey, I couldn't see that. So I just turned away my lamp a little, turned it a few degrees, and now I see it just fine. What are these notes?
There's a handwritten note here. Valerian mixed with chamomile, sedative effects, deep sleep.
Seems Mrs. Walker's an amateur herbalist.
Oh, so that's how...
I'd love to see the look on Mrs. Davis's face if she knew it wasn't a spirit that possessed her. In fact, let's go tell her, so I can see it.
You've gotten fairly misanthropic in your death, Bill.
Have I? I hadn't noticed.
Oh, now we could tell that woman that she was drugged. Now we could tell that woman that she was drugged.
I hope you were able to find out what you needed.
Yes, thank you for your cooperation.
Linda's notes about plans. She had drugged Miss Davis. Let's go tell her. Here we go, chat.
Hello again, Mr. Fordham.
When I play this game again, I'm gonna accuse the first person that's a suspect, because I know there's different endings to this game. So I'm definitely gonna have some fun with this.
All right.
But I'm gonna be serious as I can. Drug tea.
Mrs. Davis, where did you get the tea you drank on the night of the kidnapping?
From my own private supply, I drink a blend of hibiscus and elderberry. It clears the mind and puts me more in tune with the spirits.
More spirits.
Did it taste off to you?
No. Why do you ask?
Because I think your tea may have been drugged.
Wait, are you saying?
I believe Mrs. Walker used her own herbs to drug your tea, knowing you'd drink a cup the following evening. She then snuck into the house after you'd fallen asleep and took the child.
Oh my word,
Yes, the Hardy Boys.
Thought.
I know, Mrs. Davis. But don't worry, I'm doing everything I can to find her.
Oh, may the spirits guide you, Mr. Fordham.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Or the Hardy Boy.
Well, I'd say we have everything we need to prove it was Linda who drugged Mrs. Davis's tea and took the child. And we know where she's going, too. Upton will want to know about this as soon as possible.
I agree. I think we might have hit the perfect point in this game. Is everybody convinced it was that bitch?
May the spirits guide your path.
I'm gonna talk to these people first.
I'll let you know if I have any more questions, Mr. Harris. Sit tight, Mrs. Harris. I may have more questions for you later.
No new places to go. I want to check the, you know.
I don't think he's going to be of much help right now.
Just curious. Just curious. All right, let's go to the coffee house. Oh wait, I want to talk to this bitch real quick.
Welcome back, Mr. Fordham.
I don't think there's anything.
I'll be
Nope.
going now.
May this.
I'm just curious. Is there any other weird little things before we go make the report?
Good to see you've made it back.
Let her read in peace.
Time for me to
Nope.
get.
Take care.
I wish I had a cigarette right now. I think it'd be a fun way to wind down the rest of the
Welcome
evening.
back. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I think we've gotten all we can from him for now.
All right, let's do it.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Wrap up
I'm
the
ready to wrap
case.
this case up.
Okay, who's your prime suspect?
Oh, I could also mark this as unsolvable. Oh my gosh, I should do a playthrough of making everything unsolvable. Linda Walker.
It was Linda Walker,
Who is she?
a seamstress who befriended the Harris family nanny. She took the child because she believes he's the reincarnation of her deceased son, whom she accidentally poisoned.
My God.
You'll find a journal explaining her motive at her apartment, as well as the plants she used to drug Mrs. Davis.
But what about the broken window in the nursery?
All part of a false crime scene she set up to draw our attention away from her.
Excellent work, Miles. Did you manage to find out where Mrs. Walker is now?
Yes, I found a receipt for a one-way train ticket to Pierre, which departed this afternoon.
Fantastic. We can send a telegram to the train station and have her arrested upon arrival.
Oh,
You've done
boy.
extremely well, Fordham. Snelling could only hope to have a detective as good as you again.
You flatter me.
Then I'd better stop before your head gets any bigger. All right, Miles. I'll go through the proper channels and report your information as an anonymous tip. And of course, I'll dip into the department's Good Samaritan Fund to get you proper compensation for your work. For now, go home to your wife. I'm sure I'll have something else for you to look into fairly soon.
We cleaned it.
Welcome to Lorraine. An awfully cute baby you got there.
Oh, thank you, sir. This is my son, Alexander.
Alexander. That's a good name. Strong name.
Yes, thank you. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in a bit of a hurry and I need to get to my hotel.
Of course. I won't keep you any longer, Mrs. Walker.
Thank you. Wait. How did you know my name?
I didn't. It was a lucky guess. But now, seeing as I know your name, allow me to tell you mine. I'm Sheriff Zeke Dollarhide. Linda Walker, you are under arrest for the kidnapping of Charles Harris. Surrender the child and come with me.
No, you've got it all wrong. This is my son. This is my Alexander.
Ma'am, please don't make this difficult. Come along to the station and we'll get this all sorted out.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Daddy, are you home?
Still at her appointment, it would seem. You know, Miles, I have to say, I'm proud of you.
Why's that?
It's because you actually listened.
So does this mean you'll keep quiet until morning?
I said I was proud of you. I didn't say you were getting a reprieve.
Then I need to figure out how I'm going to sleep through the night without the soporific.
You worry about that too much, Miles. You can sleep when you're dead.
You don't ever seem to.
That's because I slept quite enough when I was alive.
In any case, I need to clear my head. The best way to do that after a case was always going for a drink at the Angel.
The Angel? But you haven't been there since...
Since you died. But perhaps getting back into old routines will help.
Perhaps. It would be nice to see old Patrick again at the very least. Then it's settled. A drink or two at the Angel, for old time's sake.
Do it.
I have to say, it's been a real pleasure having you back, Miles. I was worried about you.
I appreciate your concern, Patrick. The past few months have been a bit rough, but it's good to be back in familiar territory.
Miles, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Well, it may be none of my business, and you can feel free to tell me to stuff it.
Enough with the preamble, Patrick. Just ask.
I know you quit the force, but why are you still working as a private investigator? Why not leave all that detecting stuff behind?
I'll go insane if I don't.
It's just something I have to do. If I don't, I'll go crazy.
It's rare to meet someone so dedicated to their profession.
No, it's not that. It's something else. It's really not worth getting into.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just figured I'd ask. Now then, will you be wanting another drink?
I'm not sure. I've already had 2. I should probably be getting... Wait a minute. Patrick, do you hear something?
No, Miles. I don't hear anything.
I heard something.
Neither do I. Another gin, if you please.
Oh, jeez. Oh, the voice in my head finally shut up? Oh, what the fuck?
I must have taken a wrong turn back there. Hopefully Addie won't hear me come in.
Excuse me, sir. Could you spare a shilling?
Here you are, my good man.
You always were willing to help the less fortunate, weren't you? But perhaps you should start thinking about helping yourself.
I beg your pardon?
Just look at yourself. I may be a beggar, but even I feel sorry for you.
Your voice sounds very familiar to me.
Your voice? I've heard it before.
Yes, that's right. I'm your biggest failure.
What are you talking about?
Come now, Miles, you're not completely stupid. You think finding and catching me is going to make things better?
Maybe not, but at least I'll have some closure.
No, it might not, but at least I'll have closure.
Again with the lying to yourself. Let's say you do find me, and this grand chase finally ends. What do you do the next morning? You still have a dead partner, no real job. Your wife knows you've been keeping things from her. Even if you solve 100 cases, it won't relieve that empty feeling inside.
What's your point?
I'm all you've got, Miles. Once I'm gone, there'll be nothing left. So just admit it. You don't want to find me. Not really.
Oh, it was a dream.
You could say that. My head. How many drinks did I have last night?
You're asking the wrong
At least
person.
3.
I was out after the first one.
It seems Miss Maxwell was right about the effects of spirits. Go figure.
Yeah, well, let's not make a habit out of it, all right?
Well. Well.
I always like that self-portrait of Adelaide's mother, even if the eyes do always follow you around the room. Wouldn't you say it's time for a change of clothes, Miles? You've been wearing that coat for who knows how long.
So? Addie gave it to me. Besides, it gives me character.
Right. Brooding detective in a long black coat. That's never been seen before.
What are you talking about, Bill?
Never mind. It's admirable just how organized.
He slept in the chair again, too.
So, you're up at last.
Is something the matter, Addie?
Oh, I see. You don't remember last night, do you?
He was
guess
drunk.
You shouldn't be surprised.
I hope I didn't do anything stupid.
Please tell me I didn't do anything stupid last night.
No, I wouldn't use the word stupid.
Oh, thank God.
Disgusting and shameful would be more appropriate, I think.
Oh. What did I do, exactly?
It was nearly 2 when you burst in here, soused to the eyeballs from God knows where. I imagine you've probably forgotten that, too. You were muttering something about peace and quiet and then proceeded to relieve yourself on my begonias before stumbling into bed.
Oh, no.
I salute you, O Vice Admiral of the Narrow Seas.
Good God. How embarrassing. I'm so sorry, Addie. I don't know what came over me.
I don't either. I've never seen you in such a state, and I pray that I never will again.
Oh.
I just bit off more than I could chew last night. I promise you, it won't happen again.
What possessed you to go out and get so drunk anyway?
I decided to stop taking the soporific. It was interfering with my ability to focus on cases. I thought perhaps having a drink or two would help me sleep, and I got a bit carried away.
I see. Well, I'm at least glad you've stopped taking that terrible medicine. But trading it for alcohol? This had better really be a one-time occurrence. Anyway, you got another message from Upton. It's there on the table, if you're feeling fit for the world now.
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
Addie, please know that I'm deeply sorry for my behavior last night. I'll do everything I can to make it up to you. Would you like me to get some new begonias?
I don't need pretty flowers or pretty words, Miles. I just want things to go back to how they were. That's really all the apology I require.
You're looking especially lovely today, Addie.
Miles, don't flirt with me. Not now.
I wouldn't push my luck with her, Miles. She hasn't completely forgiven you.
What have you been up to lately?
Nothing particularly exciting. My usual clients have been scheduling appointments, and I've been trying to get some new ones as well. In my free time, I've been catching up on my reading.
Anything good?
Yes, the conclusion to the dissembling mechanism was just published in Brentwell magazine last week.
What's that?
James Penstroke's latest serial. I wanted to read it to you, but you haven't been around much lately.
Perhaps I'll take a look now that I can actually concentrate again.
Yes, you could read it to me. I wouldn't mind hearing it again. It would certainly be a nicer way to spend your time than going out drinking.
I'll let you get back to your book.
Well, Harris baby found. Suspect in custody. Found burned to death. Third mysterious murder has police on edge. Prime Minister's campaign heats up as election looms. Well, chat. We completed a chapter. We completed a whole entire chapter. Let me save this. Oh, the autosave is case 3. I just realized. I just named this save case 3, and I realized the autosave said case 3. Oh, boy. 4.5 hours. I went an hour and a half longer. I still have an 8. And, well, I don't know. I'm sure there's some point where I'll wake up in the middle of the night and get up and go to the bathroom and The lasagna should be cooled down. And I'll just put it in cool down enough to where I can put it in the fridge. So I don't know. What do I talk about while we wrap this up? No, 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 no. It's too late to eat. It's too late to eat. It. I shouldn't eat before I go to bed. I mean, the oven's off. The oven's off. Hmm. Yeah, it is. I turned off the oven when I took out the fucking tray. Holy shit. Alright, I gotta splash a little bit more so I could just hang out. Alright, so. It is too late. I'm gonna go to bed here soon. I should have well, I guess I kind of fucked up, but no, I'm not gonna eat right before I go to sleep. But either way, it's cooked, and when I get home from work, I don't know if I want to pack one in a little Tupperware, small portion, or I don't know. It's payday. Maybe I have no idea what I'm gonna do. But anyways, holy shit. Time flies when you're having fun. I was really, really enjoying that game. I I had this game, Lamplight City, in my wish list for a long time, and I did it because it's a retro style point and click adventure with, of course, modern sound, modern music, voices, all that shit, and it is fucking glorious. This is way better than I thought I was going to be. I should have. I wish I bought this sooner. I mean, where are the? It's just good. Depta says, "Don't forget to play Sonic Adventures when the time comes." But I still need to beat Sonic CD. I haven't played Sonic CD in a while. Oh, maybe I'll do do a Sonic CD stream, or we do a whatever stream where we switch around the games. But I'm still trying to beat Sonic CD, so I'm not starting any other Sonic the Hedgehog games. I need to get back to Sonic 4 Episode 1 because I'm at the end of that game and it's kicking my ass. I can't beat it, and Sonic CD is kicking my ass too. And of course, we got plenty of other Sonic games. Plenty of Sonic games to play, but I gotta beat what I started. I want Sonic CD on the slideshow alongside Half-Life that you see here. Holy shit. I had a little bit more wine than I should have, but It is, yeah, it's time to wrap things up. Went an hour and a half longer than I meant to. I doubt we'll be returning to this game tomorrow evening. We might just do Resident Evil Revelations tomorrow. I know we're just talking about Sonic CD. I am playing Deliver Us Mars. I am completing that game off stream because for whatever reason that game has been fucking up, making the stream lag. It's kind of like what's been going on with that other game I was streaming. Nobody Wants to Die. Well, we'll figure it out. So many games, so little time. Here, let me pull this up. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, you have to remind me again. I got my capture card equipment in a box over here somewhere. We could hook that up. Hook up the Switch and yeah, play some Mario Kart. But that's not a tomorrow thing. That's a weekend thing. That is a weekend thing. Oh shit, I forgot. I still need to beat Dragon Age Origins. I need to beat Dragon Age Origins before I start Mass Effect 3. That should be my motivation, but yeah, we could probably do a multi-game stream this weekend. Maybe I could start off with Dragon Age Origins. Once that irritates me and pisses me off, I could switch over to Sonic CD. Once that irritates me and pisses me off, I could switch over to something that doesn't irritate me so much. I don't know. Well, chat. What else do I talk about here? What else do I talk about? Holy shit! Thank you all of you for the likes. Thank you, all of you. Well, yeah, I'm about ready to close it out, and I'm getting more questions. Sorry, I dropped my cigar cutter on the ground. Kingdom Hearts? Oh, no, I have not played Kingdom Hearts. At least I don't think I have. But I know the game, but I don't think I played it. I think I've watched people play it. Yeah, if you want me to get a Nintendo subscription, I will. Because I do want to play Super Mario Sunshine. And I do own Super Mario 64, but I never actually beat it. It's like I played it along with friends and stuff, and yeah, we got to the end. I want to hook up the Wii. I want to hook up the Wii because I am so close to beating Super Mario Galaxy. I need to finally finish my game playthrough of Super Mario Galaxy, and I do have Super Mario Galaxy 2. That needs to happen. It's like Final Fantasy. Oh gosh, I do have Final Fantasy for the PC and PlayStation. But I think I'm gonna order the mini PlayStation, which hooks up to, which uses HDMI, and I'm gonna preserve my physical copies. Oh wait, I have Final Fantasy VII for PC, but it's kind of a pain in the ass to get running. So, yeah, maybe I should order that. You know what? We're talking the other night about ordering Donkey Kong Country Returns for the Switch, which comes with a barrel. I'm going to think about it, but I might say, fuck it. I'm not going to do it. I already own Donkey Kong Country Returns for the Wii. Hook up the Wii to the capture card, and put up all the stuff, and you guys can see me flinging around my nunchucks. Same thing with Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2. Alright, all these ideas. But no, I am going back to what you said. Yeah, I definitely know about Kingdom Hearts. But you just kind of gave me these other ideas that I want to do. Well, that I've been talking about. Alright, chat. I think we're good here. I need to go to bed. I had a little bit more wine than I should have, but cheers. Have a good night.